Okay, we're gonna get into this. Not sure if you can hear me. Gonna get into my playlist. We're gonna start streaming different if you often find catching up different videos. Get out of some of this that I don't need to get into. Let me get to my other side of you. And enable this stream because I'm doing two separate streams at once. One's probably not going to be so good, honestly. For some fucked up reason. Anyway. Okay, so we got 9 Requiem, The Bride, as well as Scream 7.
It's out of Scream 7. And I hate to admit this, but I found it stupidly entertaining. Kind of like when you see a car crash and you crane your neck because you're like, what?
That's how I felt throughout this film. There's so much dumb shit. But it still manages to be stupidly innocent. I don't know how to put it. The people in my crowd were very hyped for the film. A lot of fans here tonight. They loved it, so I think it's going to work for them. We'll break it down tonight on the MMT evaluation, but yeah, I'm kind of ashamed to admit I didn't need it as much as I might have expected. So, Scream 7, I guess it had screenings in Los Angeles, but not outside of that. Maybe New York, definitely not nationwide. So there were no advanced screenings where I live, which is a huge red flag. And there I was, being a walking cliche, noticing the red flag, but still going, I'm gonna look past that, because this could still be fun. So Scream 7 is the 7th installment in the Scream franchise, the concluding chapter of the new Scream trilogy, wrapping up the arc of Melissa Guerrera's character. I don't know if she was fired. Alright, so Nev Campbell returns as Cindy Prescott. This is unofficial Scream 5-ish, I guess. Ghostface claims start up again because Ghostface has returned. Someone else has donned the mask. Ghostface is now coming after Cindy Prescott's daughter. Here we go. The 7th installment in the franchise, in which mileage may vary, but generally speaking, there hasn't been a bad installment. So I'd said in the past being before today. From the get-go, I mean, after the intro so bad,
It's true, there hasn't been a bad installment. There hasn't.
A throwback, but this was nostalgia bait to the next level. The boyfriend starts spouting out what again is stab dialogue, unless it's Scream 1 dialogue. Even plays the same cover of Don't Fear the Reaper that plays in Scream 1. It felt like a Scream parody, almost like I was watching a stab movie, not a Scream. Maybe it's just this scene. We're still looking past the red flags here. Thing is, the nostalgia bait never really stops. And this is written and directed by Kevin Williamson, who wrote Scream 1
See?
She's an absolute scream queen. The thing is, though, we've seen this kind of dynamic before. Not entirely, but this multi-generation element of Sidney Prescott and young high school scream kids. It feels like Dime Store Scream 4 with less memorable characters. The biggest bummer is the girl who plays their daughter, Isabel May, is in 1883. And I thought she was great in 1883. But in this movie, she has no real development at all. Scream 7 has a choice. Character development or nostalgia. It takes nostalgia bait every time. Flesh out the daughter's character, or you can have her find Sydney's old leather jacket from her college days from Scream 2 in the attic, and that'll kind of be a moment. It's ridiculous. It happens so much in this movie. And the whole thing revolves around the hypothesis. This isn't a spoiler, just dropped on you. Actually, it's the first line of the film. You're listening to what the people are talking about as they're driving up to the house at the beginning of the movie. Is what they're talking about. Is Stu Locker alive? Could he possibly still be out there? Because not only is the movie leaning on Scream nostalgia and Scream references in the past, but it's also leaning on Matthew Lillard love nostalgia. You look past that, you look under the hood, there's nothing else keeping this film afloat. Well, he doesn't get ample much to do either. I mean, she's in this movie because, well, she's the icon. But why is this happening again? The film, from the beginning to the end, never gives a good answer. Oh, that's right, because there was a trilogy planned, and we fired your lead, and now you don't have a third film of this new trilogy, and the studio needs the third film of the new trilogy. So they brought Kevin Williamson in to make shit up. What we have is 90s horror schlock in all the bad ways. Scream 4 at least felt
Like we were back in the 90s.
slasher hug of Scream, but in a way that was like, hey, the band got back together. And the tropes of horror have changed, so you know there's something there. There's a hook for Scream. Scream 7 is definitely, hey, studio needs something, so it's...
I was going to say it's Kevin Williamson writing it. It feels more like AI wrote it, put Kevin Williamson's name on it. Mason Gooding and Jasmine Savoy Brown are in the film, and it was good to see them for sure. I never thought the characters from Scream 5 and 6 would be the ones to come into Scream 7 for me to be like, oh, thank God you're here. But after the movie, when you start unpacking it, again, you run into... Yeah, but how and why are you here? Why do you have these jobs? Did you ever show an interest in being reporters? I expected Scream 7 to make me reflect on Scream 5 and 6 differently. Like, I'd look at them and be like, all right, so I can just ignore 5 and 6. We can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Because that story arc didn't really go anywhere.
Fizzled out, but it made me appreciate Scream 5 and 6 for feeling more inspired. The Ghostface killings were really savage.
Melissa Barrera's character and what they were doing there, it was an interesting angle, and it made me reflect on Scream 3 differently and appreciate that more. Scream 3 was the bottom of the Scream films for me. Was. That would be past tense. Stay with me on this. Scream 3 also kind of felt like a stab movie, a Scream parody, but it feels designed to be that way. It leans into it. So because Scream 3 leans into that purposefully, you can have fun with Scream 3. Scream 7 is schlock, but accidentally so. And at least Scream 3 was attempting to wrap up a trilogy, wrap up the storyline. Scream 7 is here because something had to happen, I guess.
just here.
This is the epitome of movie that doesn't justify its own existence. There's no character development, no character attachment. They're all just flesh sacks waiting to get killed. In fact, it does Sidney Prescott a big injustice in the fact that she's not strapped 24/7. She has a gun in her car. She has a gun in her work office. She never conceal carries. Dude, Ghostface is in town. Get a permit. Get a gun. Carry it with you at all times. There's a scene where she does shoot at Ghostface and the bullets do anything and everything but hit Ghostface. And I was like, I mean, well, you do have to practice and go to the gun range once you have the firearm. You know. There were cool moments, like, you know, the scene in the trailer where Ghostface is stabbing through the wall. But the moment leading up to that doesn't make sense because there's a panic room they go into to be safe from Ghostface. They're like, hey, let's get out of the panic room and go through the wall. It's all just action and reaction. It makes no sense whatsoever. This is the bottom tier Scream film. Absolutely my least favorite, without a doubt. That's improper wording. Allow me to rephrase, because least favorite doesn't quite cut it. Scream 7 is bad, because every other Scream film I can find enjoyment in it. It ranges from great to fun. What did I say about Scream 3? Yeah, Scream 3 with alcohol. Sure, makes sense. Alcohol is not going to help you with Scream 7. Unless you drink enough to forget the entire thing, in which don't do that. That's not healthy. I don't count this among the Scream films at all. We've had far better Ghostface killings, Ghostface intrigue, Ghostface reveals. The Ghostface reveal itself ranges from stupid to absolutely obvious. The Scream 6 Ghostface killer reveal I thought was meh. It holds Scream 6 as a whole back for me. Scream 7 is next level. It will infamously go down in history as the worst or most forgettable if fans choose to recognize it or this movie at all. Most horror franchises have that chapter that sticks out like a sore thumb, in which during your binge, skipping it ranges from preferred to required. Scream 7 is that. In any real way I could possibly explain, whether it be the fact that this movie feels like it was written either in a weekend or while they were filming, or whether it be the movie leaning so hard into nostalgia bait that it feels desperate, Scream 7 is the rise of Skywalker for Scream movies. I ignored the red flags because I thought this would be fun. Instead, I walk away with couple of fun moments, but mostly regret. And it is dog shit. Granted, it probably hurts a bit more because I'm such a huge Scream fan. If you're like, yeah, Scream's fun and all, they don't really care, sure, I'll watch it, you might hate it less. I use the term hate it less because, I mean, this isn't going to be the one you love. If you've never loved a Scream film before, you're not going to be like, but that's Scream 7. That spoke to me. Alright, so Scream 7, have you seen it? What did you think about it? Whatever you think, comment below, let me know. And as always, if you like what you've seen here and you want to see more, click right here to see more.
He's right, it was me.
Scream 7. I can't.
We now know enough. Just from the way you said the title of the film, we know what's coming. But please do carry on.
Okay, all right. So, directed by Kevin Williamson, from a script by Guy Busick, from a story by James Vanderbilt. So I have to do some setup here because there's really no other way of doing this. Okay, so 7th installment in the Scream series, starring Neve Campbell, who wasn't in the previous one because the offer that they made her, she felt, was not consistent with the value that she brings to the franchise. So she was not there. Now she held out. Now she's back. So both the previous Scream reboots, 5 and 6, one of which was confusingly titled Scream, so also was going to be Scream Forever, and then Scream 6, were directed by Matt Bettinelli.
It's that reboot shit that they do, that reboot shit. And they usually fuck the original name, the original title, like it's supposed to be a reboot. Scary Movie's going to do the same thing in Scary Movie 6, but you know.
And Tyler Gillette. So what they did was they refocused the franchise onto this new group of so-called the core 4 characters, which was Melissa Barrera, Jenna Ortega.
Give me 1 second, let me do some adjustments. Alright, let's see. Never mind.
Ortega, Jasmine Savoy Brown, and Mason Gooding as Sam Carpenter, Tara Carpenter, Mindy Mix-Martin, and Chad Mix-Martin. During the premiere of Scream 6, the co-director said, we want to be watching Scream movies whether we're involved or not for the rest of our lives. I don't, but everyone was very keen that this franchise was going to keep on going. However, those directors jumped ship in August 2023, apparently due to scheduling conflicts because they were doing Abigail. Then Christopher Landon, who made Ship in August 2023, apparently due to scheduling conflicts because they were
I'm gonna change. I keep changing the output because I'm not sure which one's the best one. Just gonna go with Aces here. What are we gonna do with that?
The two stepped in. Then directors jumped ship in August 2023, apparently due to scheduling conflicts because they were doing Abigail. Then Christopher Landon, who made Happy Death Day, I think Happy Death Day 2, stepped in. Then in November, and I'm sorry this is so industrial, but there really isn't any other way of explaining this film. In November, Melissa Barrera, one of the core four, was dropped from the new film by producers for comments that she made regarding the war in Gaza, which they claimed had crossed the line into it was suggested by somebody crossed the line into anti-Semitism, which was strongly pushed back on. It was then announced that Jenna Ortega, another of the core four, wasn't doing the movie either, and they said it was scheduling conflicts, but she later said the Melissa stuff was happening, it was all kind of falling apart. If Scream 7 wasn't going to be with a team of directors and those people that I fell in love with, it didn't seem like the right move for my career. So now they haven't got the original director, and they've now just got the core two, at which point Christopher Landon, who has been brought in to replace the original directors, he goes too, saying that this is no longer the film that he signed on to do. So then they go back to Kevin Williamson, who of course wrote the original Scream and whose previous directing experience includes Teaching Mrs. Tingle, which is not a film that you will remember because very few people do remember. He stepped in to direct from that script. And since they only had the core two left of the new cast, it's like, okay, what we need is legacy casting. Hence, we now have a film in which, alongside Jasmine Savoy Brown and Mason Gooding, we have Neve Campbell, David Arquette, Matthew Lillard, Courtney Cox reprising their roles from previous films, and then a bunch of other people. So the new film, Neve Campbell is back, and there's a new Ghostface killer who is now targeting Sidney Prescott, that's Neve Campbell's character, her daughter Tatum, according to the publicity, forcing Sidney to face her past and put an end to the killings once and for all. Yeah, right. It's Scream Generations. Here's a clip from the trailer.
Hello?
Hello, Sydney. Did you miss me?
Yep. So, I went back to watch my review of Scream 6, just to remind myself who was still around. And when I searched it, there was an AI summary of my review, okay? And the AI summary said, Mark Kermode's review of Scream 6 suggests the franchise is becoming formulaic, stating that what was once interesting about Scream is no longer as engaging. While acknowledging it is a, in quote, total Scream with inventive kills, he finds the meta-commentary stale. No, I didn't. I said it was awful. AI is just talking out of its backside. What I said was, I wouldn't say the franchise was becoming formulaic. I said the franchise had curled up and died in a rotten heap some years ago, and I had got to the point that I just wanted everything to stop. I didn't know who people were. They were pulling people's masks off and there would be a face there. I didn't recognize it, didn't know who anyone was. Everyone who was dead wasn't dead anymore. People could get stabbed 50 times and then still get up and be fine and running around, and I never.
There's a certain character who gets stabbed multiple times in 5, 6, and 7 and doesn't seem to die. Motherfucker, immortal, man.
Said it was a total Scream. Never said any of those things. So firstly, AI, do one. Secondly,
I don't think AI is going to get that message. By the way.
No, it isn't fine, but it'll say Mark Kermode's review of AI said that perhaps sometimes it was a little bit, and the rest of it. Over the years, there have been so many killers, so many deaths, so many rebirths that nothing matters. All that matters now is the process leading up to the film. all the arguments, the director's leaving, an actor being dropped, another actor walking out, a director
Who
leaving,
like
all
this?
this, that is the story. Those are the plots of the film. We should stop anymore
Okay, point.
actually doing any summary of the screen plots, because there aren't plots, there are just industrial notices. In the case of this, we're here again with that cast because of this torturous process of how we got from 5 and 6 to 7, and it's business as usual. So there are in jokes, killer, oh, it's always someone you know. There's dead characters coming back from the dead. This time there is AI in the film, incidentally, which is partly why I was mentioning before. There's people getting stabbed in weirdly nasty ways. I mean, it's an 18 certificate film, but and it's the stabby thing is. I mean, stabby. Sometimes there's a kind of unpleasant edge to it. There are references to lesser-known Wes Craven. I mean, they bring up people under the stairs, and there's trick questions about Jason Voorhees again, and there's a discussion about Final Girls. There's a couple of sort of theatrical deaths. So there's one which is a kind of sub-Argento thing on a stage with a trapeze flying thing, and there's another thing with a beer pump, which is a very clumsily set up gag. But here's the issue. None of it's fun. None of it's gleeful. I mean, the thing with the first Scream is it was a celebration. This is just like a tax return. It's just like doing accounts.
It's a tax return.
I'm just astonished that we're still here. If I said this with 6, if I had any idea when I did the first on stage with Wes and the cast when the first Scream came out, that decades later, I'd be reviewing Scream 7, and the only thing I can tell you about it that's interesting is how we got to the point of this cast and this director and this writer in this particular construction of things. There's every time Ghostface appears, it goes bang. It's not loud, it's not quiet, bang. It's, noisy, bang, noisy, bang. That drum beat, bang, boom sound to make the jump scare work is so tedious. It's so boring. And some of the stabby stuff is kind of if there was any joy involved in the way these things are staged. But in order to do that, you have to be a really good director. You have to be Dario Argento, or you have to be Mario Bava. Kevin Williamson is not any of those things, and so I'm not kidding. I struggled to stay awake. With the amount of stuff going on, I just struggled to stay awake. The only thing I thought when I was watching it that gave me any sort of joy is Matthew Lillard was actually quite good, and Quentin Tarantino is an idiot.
Let's talk about Scream 7. I'm not sure if you actually saw it.
No.
I am a fan of the Scream series. I think the films are fun. They're not as gory as other horror movies. It's kind of Final Girl the series, and we've had some good entries, some not as great entries. I think the best was when Wes Craven was directing and Kevin Williamson wrote the scripts. I'm sorry, that's when it was at its peak.
You mean
but
the first?
Nev Campbell returns in this because of a controversy over one of the actresses from Scream 6, which was intended to be a trilogy. There have been some protests over it. Setting that aside, Nev Campbell coming back is really what made this for me. Her character, Sidney Prescott, she's now married, has a daughter, teenage daughter, who's at the same age Sidney was when the events happened in the first Scream. So we see things play out as one would expect. Ghostface returns and killing sort of anyone that doesn't have plot armor. If you're a friend of Sidney Prescott or Sidney Prescott's daughter, you're not safe. Of course, Gail Weathers returns, played by Courtney Cox, and we even have like 2 holdover characters from Scream 6, which return helping Courtney Cox. It's a bit convoluted how they get there, and I'll say this: this movie had me for the nostalgia. It's like, oh man, Nev Campbell looks amazing. By the way, I should say, she came to our theater. Her and the director, writer, Kevin Williamson, came to the theater in Burbank to intro the film. I shot video for members only. Check that out. But she really is the thing that ground this. But everything that they came up with, like that would have saved the day, conveniently came up with ways for it to not. Like, why isn't Ned Cam or Sidney Prescott just have a gun within reach? It's always like somewhere else. He has a safe room, but leaves it. She leaves it to help her husband. There's like all these played by Joel McHale. Actually, he plays her husband. I really was there for the nostalgia, and it was clever up until the end. Ghostface reveals should like mean something. Like, oh, I never would have guessed that. And it's kind of like you could figure it out because people keep dying off. There's almost no one left. It was the worst Ghostface reveal in the series. I'm sorry to report. So while the first half of the movie had me from the like, it felt like old school Scream. It felt like, you know, they do the stab references, which are actually like Scream references. You know,
that's the best
like,
part of the movie.
It was just very, you know, it sort of like it knows what it's trying to do. Even Matthew Lillard returns as Stu Macher. He's back, and you're like, is it Stu? Could it be someone with deep fake? You know, like what's going on? There's really good mystery box stuff until the end. I really didn't like the last half of the movie just lost me. Unfortunately, it's also too long. It's like it's 2 hours, just under 2 hours. Should have been shorter. So I don't know. If you're a fan of the series, I will say you probably have fun in the first half, but the second half left me disappointed. The main thing being the worst Ghostface reveal in all the movies. I'm sorry to say, it's just a what they could have like. They even had like a clever way for Matthew Lillard, Stu, to come back that made sense. And they even have, you've got like Dewey with David Arquette. There's like cameos here, and they come up with ways for them to come back that make sense. It's not just a flashback, which is easy. I'm disappointed, but I can't deny I had a good time for the first half of the film, and then it got tired. So a bare recommend for me, but only if you are already a Scream fan. Let's go to comments.
By the way, what celebrity appears in the beginning of the movie?
I didn't recognize anybody.
I mean, wasn't that the signature thing where they take a
yeah, they do, but there wasn't. There is a standalone sequence in the beginning. I didn't recognize the actors. Probably someone huge.
They were probably
in a band that I don't know because I don't like modern music.
And then nothing beats the first reveal or the reveal in the first minute.
Yeah, you just yeah, but also let me go back to this. Let me go back. I'm going back. We're not gonna go to comments. I'm gonna keep talking. It's those reveals meant something. There was a big connection. It was shocking. That's why I'm saying the ghost face reveal, which I will not say, and obviously no spoilers, but it's disappointing because it's not meaningful like it was in previous movies where you're like, wait, what? And there's a really convoluted reason that you know you've got this person, you know, that is doing all this. Anyways, it's a bare recommend only if you're a Scream fan, and a not recommend if you're not a big fan.
You know, Rob,
Probably tickets to the theater real quick. Oh, that means it sucks. That means he don't like it. This means anytime anybody brings Stone Cold Steve Austin, he does not like it. Tell you that right now. He doesn't like it. Doesn't like it, doesn't like it.
oh, God. Ah, Jesus Christ, Sydney.
Sydney, Asian voice.
Scream 7 was a big old piece of trash. Oh, man. So check this out. I'm a Scream franchise fan. Scream came out in like 96, I think a year after I graduated. And pretty much been a fan throughout. You know, it's kind of like this with these movies. And I'm going to tell you, as a fan, I was really a fan of the sound effects in this. The gunshots sounded real good. The knifing, the stabs sounded real strong. Something like a shwink of them is really good, right? Excuse me. This movie revolves around AI and deepfakes, just so you know. And yeah, so we have that. And you hate AI, and you hate AI, or you love it. You know what I'm saying? There's kind of that in between space, you know, where you've seen some good stuff, but there's, you know, you're really not sure about it type of thing. I know my power bill knows about it, and I don't want to pay for these AI stations that they're setting up around the country. But I digress. Now, the movie was actually really good up until 3/4 of the movie. At the 3/4 point, something went off the rails for me, pacing wise. The story, it started to get stupid and more stupid and more stupid. And the ending kill, I was like, are you kidding me? Are you serious? Now, there's a couple of good kills in here, right? There's a couple of good kills in here. But there's also stupid stuff. Like there's two people that got wounded back to back, and it took them out for the whole movie until you see them again at the end. And you don't by any means believe that they're dead, by the way, but you're like, what? Like that took them down, like out for the count? Like, that's it? There is a kill in there where you didn't think it was a kill. You're like, that didn't kill her. Oh, it did. Okay. There is a kill in there that no human being on Earth could probably do, except for Brian Shaw. Okay, yeah, and maybe him. Maybe Brian Shaw could do it, and other strong men, but there's no way.
Not shit like that.
There's no way either. Let's just say there are several ghost faces in this movie. Okay, and there is no way that any one of the ghost faces
quit stumbling around, you goddamn fucking bitch.
But it was probably
get out the fucking door.
Horror movie fan of the kills. Like I could see people be like, "Yo, bro, that's crazy." It's something you would see.
All she's fucking doing is fucking falling down every 5 fucking seconds.
It's a Jason kill. Yeah. So this movie follows Sydney and her daughter and her husband, and of course, another ghost face wants to kill her or to torture her or hurt her family. And it's all around that. Okay, that's really all you need. It's all it ends up being. And it had some funny points.
Yeah.
The acting was good for the most part. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I like the sound effects and everything, and the kills were pretty cool. But it's that 3/4 of the way in. You're gonna know what I'm talking about. Okay? It's around the time an office is mentioned. The offices, you know what I mean, being used. And from there, like around that time on, maybe a bar or office scene. From there, it gets worse and worse and worse. And the whole time I was watching the movie, I was like, you know, I got a glimpse of the Rotten Tomatoes score because while I was scrolling on Twitter, like someone posted what it was like 43%. I was like, okay, well, I'll keep that in mind, you know. Rotten Tomatoes is garbage most of the time, but when a movie doesn't have controversy, they're more trustworthy. You know what I'm saying? If a movie's known to be like woke garbage, you gotta pay attention because people are gonna be review bombing either way, and people are gonna be shilling. But this movie wasn't like that, so I was like, not known to be. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in with a fresh slate. And the whole time I'm watching this movie, I'm thinking, this is like a 3. This is like a 3. But then it got to that 3/4 of the way gone. And I was like, okay, maybe it's like a 2.5. And then the reveals start to happen of who the killer is. And I'm just like, oh, this is stupid. One of them I was okay with, the other one I was like, no. And now you're just acting all super crazy. No, that doesn't work for me. And I was just like, once the final kill happened, I was done. I was like, that was so stupid. And I was ready to go at that point. I was ready to go. I really was going to give it above average, but they dropped a whole full point from 3 to 2 out of 5 woos. So you post your comments down below. Let me know what you think. For people that are hardcore fans of the series, it's worth taking a look at. But I would say go to a matinee if you wanted to, or wait till it comes out on streaming. Like it's not a good movie. You know what I'm saying? I could see most fans saying that it was meh. If you don't think it was trash, you're gonna think it's meh. I never need to see it again. I really wish they had brought it home in near the end, in that 4th act, you know, or 3rd act, whatever. But I really wish they had brought it home, you know, and they did.
Sounds like they won't be making another.
You know, and I'm just like, whatever. Post comments down below. Let me know what you all think. If you enjoyed my movie review, hit the like button.
Scream 7 is here. Everybody's super pumped about it. There's no controversy behind the scenes. No one is protesting this movie for any sort of reason at all. Everybody's super pumped to see where this franchise goes next. Even Neve Campbell, who sat the last movie out. Now, some of you may not know this, but Neve Campbell was not in the last Scream film because the script just wasn't up to par. But this time around, she read it over and she said, yep, this is the one for me. And it's definitely not because they're giving me $6 million and I didn't do the last one because they didn't offer enough. No, it's entirely for the art of cinema. As fun as it is to gossip about the behind the scenes drama, how they fired Melissa Barrera from the film, how Jenna Ortega walked in protest, or I'm sorry, she had scheduling conflicts, and how the director was off the project. It's more interesting to me to just talk about the film and see how it worked out. Well, I saw Scream 7 last night, went in with an open heart, open mind, open legs, and I came out on the other side a changed man. But is it for the better or for the worse? Well, I'm going to tell you about it in a spoiler-free review right now. Buckle the fuck up, because Neve Campbell is back, baby! And she brought with her a performance for the ages. I was riveted by her performance in Scream 7, and I thought to myself, oh, there's no going up from here. This is peak, fam. No, in actuality, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna throw out a truth bomb, and some people are gonna be pissed, they're gonna shut off the video in protest, and they're gonna say, how dare you, sir? I have never
ever in my life thought Sydney was a great character. I never thought, yeah, this is
bastard, Adam,
the
you
final
bastard.
girl that I need to see 7 times, 8 times, 10 times over. No, in actuality, I find her to be just bland and a dry stick in the mud that brings almost nothing to the table. And all of those issues I have with her are magnified in the 7th installment, where she says off camera, this is a great script, she came back at the right time, but from what I'm seeing is a jumbled mess that seems incredibly uninspired, and her performance feels like it's so lacking. Just going through the motions at this point. She's not the only returning character. We have Courtney Cox back in the mix. Love my Cox. I love seeing Cox. I love watching Cox. Anytime I can have Cox in front of me, I'm a happy panda.
Stupid.
Subscribe. Unlike Mrs. Sydney, I actually really enjoy Gail Weathers. I think she's a fun character. She has weathered these films very well. Her last name is Weathers. It's a pun. It's highbrow stuff here on Adam Does Movies. Certified critic. As fun as her character can be, she's not the most pleasant to look at these days, thanks to a massive amount of plastic surgery gone wrong, then maybe reversed, then apparently reversed, because she's getting kind of scary to look at on camera. And I'm not one to physically shame someone, but Jesus Christ. At this point, you could paint her face white, and nothing else would have to change, and she would look just like Ghostface. Her shape is just so
Dang.
bizarre and elongated. Like Heath Ledger's Joker grabbed a knife and put a smile on that face and just never stopped ear to ear. Chilling to the bone. But this is not the Gale Weathers story. This is the Sidney Prescott Evans story. That's right, the last name got a new appendage because she's a married woman with checks notes, 3 kids. Had to check fictitiously on my notes because we're only going to be seeing 1 in the film. This is one of those comical scripts where they don't know what to do with the other kids, so they just toss them at the grandparents right when the movie fires out and you see her. Oh, hey children and grandparents that we're never going to address again in the movie. As bland as I often find Sydney, the only character that comes close to rivaling her in this department is naturally her daughter, Tatum. They really want you to remember the name Tatum. They're gonna say it so fucking much, your head will explode. Tatum! Look out, Tatum! Is that Tatum on the phone? Tatum! It was giving me flashbacks of Spike's name being yelled out in 28 years later. Spike, where's Spike at? Ah, there's a spike in the road. Ah! This young woman, Channing Tatum, she was named after Sydney's best friend Tatum, played by a large-chested Rose McGowan in the first film. I'll never forget. Yeah, I guess they were just the best of friends, as Sydney tells us about 45 times in this film. Hey, I don't know if you know this, I was best friends with Tatum. That's why I named you Tatum. Not because she was viciously murdered by a garage door. No, it's because I think you're great, and I love Tatum. Not because I want you to die by a garage door as well. I kind of wanted Tatum to die by a garage door, I'm not going to lie to you, but we're spoiler free here. This movie, like a lot of modern day soft reboot sort of things, kicking off a new franchise of sorts, is going to focus on that parent-child relationship. And just like every movie I've seen with this shtick, they're going to hate each other, kinda. I have pleaded to the gods for decades now to just make a fucking movie where the teenage kid is not a complete brat, where they get along with the parents. It worked for Gilmore Girls. You can make it happen, but no, not here. We have a Sydney Jr. who's trash. Oh, her name is Tatum, in case you didn't know. It's Tatum. Our little Tate McRae cannot go a scene without giving her mom some shit. Now, to be fair, it's not entirely the kid's fault. Nev Campbell's Sydney does not want to unearth the trauma in her life. In fact, she never talks about it. She changes the subject and just says, listen, bitch, if you want to find out about me, there's a whole series of stab movies. There's probably a graphic novel or 2. There's a book I wrote. Gail Weathers will tell you anything you want to know. It's just a phone call away. Why are you asking me? Which makes it more perplexing that Sydney won't open up to her daughter, seeing as all of that stuff is at her fingertips. Wouldn't it be good to come from the mom's mouth? I mentioned she has a new last name. She's married to Joel McHale's cop character. I love Joel McHale. He's hilarious in Community. I cannot take him serious in anything ever. So watching him here try to be this stoic father cop type, not working at all. but it's always nice to see regardless. There is the new hot teenage group that's going to be coming and going. You're not sure who to trust. You're not sure who's good and bad. That stuff's all fine and dandy. We always have a new group of kids every, couple films when we try to reboot this shit. But then we also have Chad and Mindy, fan favorites. They're back. Everybody loves Chad and Mindy. I mean, I don't care about these two. They're fine. They're odd in this movie. They're used entirely as comic relief characters. They're far zanier in this one than they were in the past movies. It's a little off-putting, honestly, how much they're just like, hello, well, that just happened. Wait, if you're over here, then that means, uh-oh. I'm, of course, being dramatic, but I'm also not entirely off. The inclusion of these characters is entirely fan service. They bring nothing to the story at all, and in fact, not only them, but several other people come and go, disappearing like Houdini without a second thought. And these are at critical times where they could be of use. There's a scene so fucking funny later on where Sydney takes off on foot. She was just with her friend Gail, who has access to a car, and she's like, did Sydney just go out the door? Classic Sydney. She's incorrigible. And then nothing happens from there. This is a very serious situation. There's dire consequences at foot. And Gail never gets in the car and picks her friend's ass up. Absolutely ridiculous. And the reason for it is because the story really wants to focus on the Sydney-daughter relationship. Tatum, her name is Tatum if you forgot, and how that's going to play out over the course of this movie. And I got to tell you, it doesn't play out great. It's just so bare bones basic. Say what you will about the modern Halloween trilogy. I happen to enjoy them. I know they're very rough as these films play out, but the first one specifically I really enjoy. And it's because Jamie Lee Curtis is a badass in the film. Laurie Strode has survived all of these years, but that trauma has stayed with her. So what does she do? She embraces the crazy. She builds a kill box in the middle of the woods where she is gonna patiently wait for that fucker to come back all these years later. Scream 7 opts to do the opposite of that, make the lead star this almost timid, fragile character. Sure, they give her a gun, and once in a while she attempts to shoot things and kind of come off as a badass, but it just doesn't work because Neve Campbell is just your girl next door still. She doesn't have that, grit you look for. As far as the story is concerned, there's not really a whole lot to tell. The events of New York are brought up a few times here and there. The whole movie's gonna focus, though, on this butt-fuck little coffee shop town where Sydney has tried to start over and make a real life for herself. They have a beautiful large house that for some reason is half under construction. No one's ever working on this thing. I don't know what the hell's happening with that place, but dear God, I've never seen so many tarps put up in a construction zone in my life. And with the setting established, really, it's just a back and forth between the older guard and these new kids, figuring out who's responsible for the murders, wash, rinse, repeat. You have seen all of this 6 times, done far more interesting. As far as entertainment factor goes, it was at least a watchable, somewhat entertaining time when you're not laughing at the film, not with it, because holy shit, are there some really stupid moments in this one. There are some pretty awesome kills, a little bit of gore here and there goes a long way, and some of them do get pretty gory, so that was very much appreciated. As far as the self-referential humor goes that these movies have always been known for, the meta commentary, it goes very hard this time. I think it goes way too hard. Where these characters are basically looking right at the audience and going, can you believe what's happening this time? I have plenty of examples I really want to get into as far as the dumb goes, but I am going to hold my tongue. I'm going to leave those for a spoiler video that I will do separately. You're going to want to subscribe to hear that, though. Rest assured, there's some fun stuff to be had. Now, we got to talk about the audience because I love a good audience, and oh boy, it never ceases to amaze me when it comes to horror films more than any other genre, how absolutely obnoxious people can be. I don't know where the entitlement comes from, but I so badly wanted to bust out my own knife at one point and take out a guy a couple rows behind me, slicing the throat and watching the blood start to pool out. This asshole could not help himself but make loud comments every 5 minutes. Oh, don't go in there. Yeah. Well, she's dead. Don't answer the phone. I guess here's the bottom line. If you really love all the Scream movies, if you are so craving more Neve Campbell, you have her. You You have a very basic film. It harkens back, I suppose, to those early ones, but I don't believe it has the style. I don't think it has the class. The jokes often feel forced. The commentary seems almost a little bit spiteful at times. There is one comment I have to bring up where I think Nev apologizes basically to the audience and to Paramount Studios, saying, I should have been in New York. Wink, wink, wink. I shouldn't have held out for more money, in other words. That's just how it felt to me. And I would have to disagree with her. I didn't need to see her in New York. I don't need to see this character anymore. I do think there's plenty of life in it without some of these old dogs anymore. We can move on. We kind of did move on. We did the torch pass, but then they torched it, so now they have to go back to the well. I disagree. I don't think you have to go back to the well. Ghostface is a cool character. They have a great concept. And to this movie's somewhat credit, they do manage to play off the modern era. But everything in this movie feels rushed, half-baked. There was some odd editing choices where characters are about to say something and then it hard cuts. These are things I notice, folks. That's why they pay me the big bucks. And that's why I just do not think Scream 7 is very good. I didn't hate it. I certainly didn't respect it. If you love Scream, though, all the way 1 through 6, why? 6 was kind of bad. And yet, I still think I would rather
thought
watch
6
6
was the
than
best.
this one, which tells you a lot. All right, that's all I got. Scream 7, not great, incredibly lame, and a little bit insulting at times. Let me know if you saw it already at opening night. Please leave a comment below. Again, subscribe, I would appreciate it. Like this video for the engagement, and hopefully I see you in that spoiler video in a day or two. Take care. Thanks.
Good news for Scream fans, there's a new movie out. Bad news for anyone who likes good movies, it's not a good one. It's here though, Scream 7. The disgust you felt watching me do that is about how disgusted you'll be wasting your time and money watching this film. Most people don't like this movie, most of the reviews aren't overly positive. I just watched it. I'm also in that camp now. I didn't find a whole lot to like about it. We're just going to dive right in, get into the weeds. So here's your spoiler warning. The best part of this film is the first 15 minutes. The scene that you see plastered all in the trailers, that is by far the best content in the film. It's the intro, where you have two people in a house, and it's, the house, and guess what? Ghostface is there and he kills them. And it's actually pretty tense. It's also pretty charming. You actually care more about those two characters in that house than any of the other characters that you spend the rest of the movie with. They did a better job making you care about those two, connect with them, and actually root for them than any of the other characters you see from that point forward. Every character that you meet outside of the core characters of Sydney and Gale, and here's your big spoiler, but I'm sure most of you have probably already seen this because it got leaked before the film came out. Stu, played by Matthew Lillard, also makes an appearance in this movie. Outside of these three characters, everyone else that you meet is the biggest throwaway nothing burger of just generic writing ever that just ticks off boxes of buzzwords without ever exploring anything about these characters, and you get actually nothing. They are just meat balloons waiting to be popped by the ghost face killer. That's it. Even Sydney's daughter, Tatum, the relationship between Sydney and Tatum is hardly explored. Now Sydney's an overprotective parent, Tatum kind of resents her for that, and now she's kind of rebellious, but they never actually even really talk or connect through a shared experience until the very end, kind of. It's just all of a sudden Mom, this is really fucked up stuff you've been through, and now that I've been subjected to it, man, I really get why you were so protective all these years. It's oh, okay. Glad that resolved. But there's never anything built up with any of these characters or their relationships to one another. And every character that is introduced in this film, every new character, I shit you not, is here solely to be killed. You get nothing of substance with them. They get killed, and some of the kills are actually pretty decent. Especially in the tavern, there's a couple moments in there that was oh, that was a really silly kill, but self-aware silly. But the character that dies, you probably don't even remember the fucking name of. Like, they are the most, like, they have one character trait. Like, for example, Lucas is the creepy guy. He's obsessed with horror films and the story of Sidney Prescott, so could he be Ghostface? Or is he just a obsessed weirdo guy? And then they also introduced two new characters that are working with Gale, and they're like reporters, and they're into like true crime and stuff, so they're investigating all of this, and they're doing like it could be Tatum's boyfriend, or it could be creepy guy, but creepy guy, maybe a little too obvious, creepy guy loves this a little too much, maybe creepy guy could be Ghostface, that kind of thing, where it's supposed to be self-aware, but it's very clearly written by a 60-year-old man who clearly has no idea how people actually talk, so it's just really embarrassing and cringe to listen to. But anyway, like, every character that gets introduced has one personality traits, and it is all they do, and that's it. You get nothing else. They hardly interact with each other, and when they do, it's very stiff and very bland, and then they die. And like I said, some of the kills are interesting, but that's all they do is just die. So this whole film is just, here's a kill and a sequence that isn't really intense. The sequences aren't that intense outside of the first 15 minutes. That ends with a kill that may be satisfying, or maybe it's just they got stabbed and died. There's a couple of those. But like, Ghostface racks up quite a kill count here. The KD ratio went ballistic, and yet not a single kill felt like it mattered at all. Because also, the main characters, like Tatum, forget about all of her friends. All of her friends die. They are brutally murdered. And she actually even witnessed her boyfriend getting stabbed to death. And she basically forgets all about it by the time the credits roll, and even drops like a hard one-liner saying, "I'm Sidney fucking Prescott's daughter." It's like, okay, wow, this was quite a turnaround. What about all your friends and your boyfriend that has all been murdered? Like, I guess, whatever, we'll wipe her ass with that, I guess. It's just crazy how little they actually tried with any character in this movie at all. And I think it's important to have characters that you actually want to see survive. Otherwise, you're just watching a montage of kills and sequences that aren't exactly amazing most of the time, and nothing else. There's really just nothing of substance here. Anyway, though, I mentioned Matthew Lillard makes a return to this film. Kind of. This movie has some baffling decisions. Like, actually, shockingly dog shit ones. So one of the things is AI. And the way Matthew Lillard reprises his role as Stu is, you know in the trailer where it says, "Oh, I'm not hiding, Sidney, not this time." Well, in the film, he then follows it up with a FaceTime call, and it's Stu. It's Matthew Lillard as Stu talking to her. So then the question becomes, is someone deep-faking this, or is Stu really alive? So then her and Gale start investigating, and they're starting to piece the puzzle together. They go to an insane asylum because one of the Ghostface killers that they actually were able to kill, Gale hit him with a car, like literally a joke moment where Gale just flattens this fucking guy. They get out and they're like, "Oh, vehicular manslaughter. Didn't expect that today." They just murdered a guy who's Ghostface, obviously, but they kill this guy, they unmask him, and everyone just goes, "Who the fuck is that?" And it's just some escaped psychotic guy from the loony bin who, I guess, just out of nowhere decided he wanted to kill Sidney Prescott and her family, kill the daughter, kill the husband, kill everyone as Ghostface. So they tie it back to the insane asylum, the ward, and that's when they talk to one of the guys there who's like, "Oh yeah, no, that guy, he was a bad guy. He was also friends with that guy on your phone you just showed me a picture of. That's John." So now they're like, "Oh my god, Stu's really alive, it's John." But they're also still not entirely convinced, so Tatum, her boyfriend, forgot his name, was it Ben or fucking Jerichomo or something, I have no idea. It shows what a good job this movie did of making you actually pay attention to these characters or care about them. But they've said multiple times that this guy, her boyfriend, is really good with technology, so it could be him deep-faking Stu, because it's really unlikely Stu's still alive. And then Tatum even discovers that he was deep-faking himself as Stu, and he's like, "Wait, no, I can explain, babe. I was just seeing if the technology could do that, if it's even possible," and she beats him with a laptop. Turns out, wasn't him. He really was just seeing if it was AI. He dies in the next scene. Completely worthless. Again, completely worthless. And every single time these characters are together, it's a battle of who can make the dumbest decisions fastest. So all these characters, all of her friends, and even like the investigative reporters that work with Gale, when they are interacting with the group of friends, they all just make the worst decisions and even call out how stupid their decisions are while making them right before dying. And it's like, okay, that doesn't make it better. It's still just annoying to watch. It's so tropey, and at this point, it's just lazy. Like, you know it's lazy, but you don't care. You're just fucking sending it. Like, you're insulting the intelligence of the audience. It doesn't make up for trash. It's crazy how dumb the decisions are. For example, like Tatum, when she's getting ganked by Ghostface and her mom's on the phone, it's like, you gotta shoot him through the wall, shoot him now. And she shoots him a bunch and he goes down. Well, she then, like, unblockades the door and goes out to try and finish the job, and then that's when she gets captured. But it's like, why did you bother doing that? You just saw shooting him through the wall worked. If you want to finish him off, just keep shooting him through the wall, I guess. Just dump the mag. You don't have to go out there and put yourself in danger again. And in the theater, the entire auditorium just sighed collectively when she started moving, like, the furniture away from the door to go out there. It was just very obvious what was going to happen next. And, like, decisions like that happen constantly in this movie. Constantly. Now, anyway, by far the worst moment of this film is the ending. The entire ending, like the last 10-ish minutes or so. Actually, it's closer to 20 because the villain gives an extremely long-winded monologue, because it turns out it was 3 Ghostface killers, and you don't know fucking anything about any of them. They are random people. So, one of them is the guy from the asylum that got hit by the car, and it turns out he was friends with 2 other people in that asylum, a woman and a man. The guy I don't remember the name of, but he was like an employee there, and they befriended each other, and then loved Stab, which plays a crucial role in here, because half of this film is dedicated to just regurgitating everything that happened in previous Scream films, just lore dropping everything that happened. So even if you've never seen a Scream film, you probably know scene for scene, bar for bar, what happened in Scream 1, because they do not shut the fuck up about it, and just dropping all this nostalgia bait and everything, and even making a mention of, yeah, you know, if I was making a new slasher film, I would be doing a lot of nostalgia baiting. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly what this whole film has been. That doesn't make it better. There's still nothing here. Like, they even call it out and still do it. It's so annoying. It's not meta. It's just lazy. Anyway, though, this guy's going through, like, how much they love the, you know, Stab, everything that happened with the Prescott story. And then the other friend is Jessica, who's actually Sydney's neighbor, a family friend. And it turns out she had an abusive husband and became obsessed with the story of Sydney Prescott through, like, her book and everything. And eventually worked up the courage to kill her husband, and then resented Sydney because she didn't go to New York and thought she was, like, you know, weak for it. And then she became just crazy and checked herself into an asylum where she met the other 2, and they cooked up this plan to basically make Sydney 2.0, or, you know, kill Sydney, that kind of thing. It's a stupid fucking conclusion where they reveal the killers. It was very, very awful. And I also think most people are going to guess that the guy at the insane asylum that they meet, who was like a weirdo briefly, where he talked about John, I think most people will be like, yeah, that guy's probably in on it in some way, because they made that pretty fucking obvious. But I don't think anyone will expect how stupid it is. And it turns out, prior to working at that asylum, he was like a Google engineer or something with AI, which is how he was deepfaking Stu's face onto his videos and Jessica's videos that they were interacting with Sydney on. It sucks, man. And also, there's a big point about you have to shoot them in the head. That's what Sydney keeps telling the Tatum, her daughter. Shoot them in the head. Because if you don't, they're like zombies. They always survive. And that happens actually 3 times, I think, of them getting shot everywhere but the head, and then they just disappear and they're still alive. So they act like they are literally zombies. The movie sucks. The movie's just not very good. Like I said, the first 15 minutes, I actually was very surprised that anyone was like shitting on this film, because like, this is a very solid 15 minutes. I'm really enjoying this so far. And then after that, it became very clear the big problem with this movie. All the problems became very clear. And I'm just shocked that this is the film they released, to be honest, because Scream's always been pretty solid. I haven't really watched the Scream movie and been like, damn, that was terrible. Until this one. This one really had me go, damn, that just wasn't very good. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Yeah, 7 movies in. That's insane, even for a horror franchise. Admittedly, they've remained slightly consistent. So is Scream 7 warranted? Excuse me. Hello?
Hi, Austin. Do you like scary?
Wrong number.
Live. That's right.
So Kevin Williamson directed this film. He's the writer of the original Scream. He co-wrote this movie. You've got obviously the return of several fan favorites, aka main characters. That's why they're fan favorite. Neve Campbell, Courtney Cox, and of course Neve was in Scream 5, wasn't present for Scream 6, which they reference in this film. Courtney Cox feels like a regular for these movies now, but obviously those two on screen together within these lead roles, along with Sydney's daughter, Tatum. Kind of know where that name comes from. Isabel May plays Tatum. Joel McHale has a prominent role. And then you've got the return of some other characters that it felt like they tried to squeeze in at the last second, like Mason Gooding and company, to where the rewrites, and this is where I want to start, we'll dive into the plot here in a second, are very evident. And if you don't know, we moved on from Melissa Barrera, Jenna Ortega, their characters from the last 2 movies. Admittedly, I was a fan of those storylines, and so I look at this thinking there is a gaping hole here to where you're kind of wondering why they're not at least included if the likes of Mindy and Chad are here. And so obviously what happened behind the scenes, whatever your opinion may be, we're going to separate that from this review, because unfortunately the story has moved on, but just as its own kind of separate entity, even though it includes characters from all realms of the Scream universe in a way that almost feels very Avengers Endgame-y. Plenty of characters, franchises, movies have attempted to replicate that kind of success, where you bring all of these really cool things, these fan favorite moments, some would call it fan service, your cameos, whatever it may be, and you insert it to get people excited, to get fans their blood pumping as they're watching the movie. And I will say, watching this at the early fan screening, 30 minutes earlier than the regular screen, got my money's worth. The audience was very into this, and they were reacting in a similar-ish way, obviously not as excited, to the likes of, watching No Way Home on screen and seeing Toby and Andrews show up. People were really pumped, and I'm not saying the moments we get are as big as that. I'm just saying sometimes there are nods and lines and line delivery that will get people fired up and occasionally overlook the flaws of said film. Now, admittedly, I do think Scream 7 delivers on plenty of what it's trying to do. It's the same type of formulaic story, except this time we start out at the OG house, and now it's kind of been turned into a museum of sorts. Got the props and the phone call and the books. But the way this movie starts out is on a very bloody and intense note. That was really cool. I liked the opening scene quite a bit. Admittedly, Matt and Tyler's direction for the prior 2 films felt kind of slick and new, just the look and the feel of that. It did go back a little bit to the old school, not entirely, but look, feel. The score has some of those similar notes, and it felt very almost late 90s, early 2000s coded in certain ways, which was interesting, but again, it had that familiar feeling to it. And then you've got Neve Campbell returning to screen as our titular, our title hero. She's getting a phone call. She's just like, whatever. But there's still this part of her. She's locking the door. She's got the security cameras, doing everything she can to protect her daughter, not even getting her ready for the fight. Say something happens down the road, because she doesn't want her to have anything to do with that or her old life. She won't reveal anything from her past. Of course, she knows all of this about her mother because of the movies and the books, but Sydney ain't saying nothing. So you start to get into the kills, some of them generic, but admittedly there are a few moments here kind of scaling around the inside of their home. There's a moment at a bar that was extremely cool. One kill that I won't even say what it is, but I'm like, I have never seen that in a horror movie before. So that is interesting. But the plot, as I was watching and kind of digesting what was going on, admittedly there are probably more culprits here than I expected. And of course you have the breaking the fourth wall of, we know exactly. Well, I mean, at one point Mason Gooding's character's like, nah, I'm not going in there. I don't want to get stabbed tonight. Like all of these things, because it's a very meta type of experience, as every Scream movie has been. And I kept thinking to myself, I think they're just running out of things to do that feel original, because nothing about this movie feels original. And then you have these new added moments in this movie where technology is playing a role. Admittedly, some of the moments are great, like when one character is trying to direct another character using security cam footage on where to go and what to do, while you've got somebody trying to step. That was great. I really enjoyed that. But then there are other things, like one of our characters keeps receiving a FaceTime call from someone who's trying to feel ominous and creepy, and the performance is good. But the way that they go about the FaceTime calls, just kind of stepping back from the camera, and then it doesn't really look like it's an actual... And there's a reason why it looks so funky, but there's also this thing that felt very, cheesy to how serious it's taking itself in that moment, even though this movie does play on a lot of things. It felt like the videos you see when you're getting on a ride at Disney World. It was just... Obviously, those two actors are not talking to each other. It's not a FaceTime call. This was pre-recorded, and they're adding it just felt very poorly put together in that way. And I felt that way about a few moments in this film where something is spelled out or, told to us beforehand to think one way, but I'm sitting back going, okay, obviously it's not going to play out like that. And those are opportunities for the film to almost take advantage of and try to be creative in a way that doesn't feel totally predictable. Now, once you get to the third act, and admittedly there are some great moments with characters, the whole town is locked down, there's a curfew, right? And so when people are running and screaming, nobody is there to help them. It's like all of those little nuggets in Scream 7 are great. And I like the added detail to allow us to really feel some of these kills and the intensity of our characters running from Ghostface, which was awesome, right? But there are other times, especially when you hit the third act, where we start to get some of these reveals, and then inevitably the big one at the end, it's not a spoiler, all of the Scream movies have the big reveal. So you're going to know who Ghostface was. Unsatisfying. I mean, that's the one part of the film where I look back and I'm like, if they would have nailed the final reveal, I could have forgiven some of these other flaws that had me a little frustrated as I was watching. I was still somewhat entertained, and I do think the OG cast, they're giving good performances. I think there were more things for Courtney Cox to do. Inevitably, she didn't get a chance to do it. At one point, she just kind of leaves and then returns at the very end. I'm like, okay. But I just felt the final reveal was so disappointing. Not necessarily because I sort of saw it coming, to a degree. It's more so how they built it up or how they did not build it up. And it's as far as I'm going to go in this non-spoiler review. I was just so disappointed with how they handled that final kill that's supposed to, or that final, moment that's supposed to mean so much. And you get some fun from that reveal, but the sequence itself is just like, oh. And it feels like with every passing sequel, the big sequence at the end gets less interesting, and it doesn't knock my socks off, even less than the last movie, less than the last. It feels like every single film, it gets worse and worse. And so, when a film ends off on that note, you're inevitably going to walk out a bit disappointed. I'm not this hardcore Scream fan that was freaking out with the crowd, but admittedly, I did enjoy some of those, shoehorned nods and Easter eggs for I mean, what can I say? Sometimes I like slop. But it's just, you have this thing at the end that just felt tacked on and shoehorned, almost like they didn't know what to do with it. And it's so unfortunate because this movie, in the first two acts, it does get a lot right. All right, if you want to drop a like on this video, share it, that would be awesome. Leave a comment. Anyone that's a channel member, they just implemented voice replies to your all's comments. So if you're a channel member, I'm going to try to reply to you all with my voice. That's going to be fun. And Scream 7 starts strong, but eventually becomes a mixed bag of ideas. The sequel is packed with solid performances and a few fantastic kills, yet the excitement gets undermined by its constant retreading of familiar plot points and an ending that might go down as the least effective reveal in the franchise yet. Neve Campbell's great, the mother-daughter dynamic carries, but the over-reliance on nostalgia becomes its undoing towards the end. It felt a little choppy, but I will say that one kill in the bar, again, was pretty freaking cool. Thanks for watching. More reviews this weekend. We're talking SAG, PGA, and it's almost Oscar time.
Scream 7 review, and this is the horror movie of 2026 that is going to be an absolute nightmare to discuss online. So get ready. If you don't actively keep up with movie production and movie news online, you might not be aware that Scream 7 has been absolutely surrounded in backlash and controversy for the last couple of years. And all I want to say in regard to the controversies is that I am in full support of Neve Campbell as a massive Sidney Prescott fan for her sticking to her guns in the last film, deciding not to show up. And even though it felt like it was purely out of desperation, I'm glad that they did go back to her and give her the money that she deserved to show up in this film. And I am also in full support of Melissa Barrera, and my way of supporting her has been going out and watching, supporting, and promoting everything that she has done since. You're not going to find a bigger Abigail fan than me, and I really enjoyed Your Monster. And I say all that to preface my review specifically to let you know definitively that I am not walking into this movie or this review with any bias whatsoever. I am not here to shit on this film out of support of Melissa Barrera. I am not here to overly glaze this film in support of Neve Campbell. I'm just a fan of these movies that walked in hoping to see a solid, if not great, Scream film, and I would be happy. That was all I hoped for. That was all that I wanted. But with that being said, I can't lie, I have had a ton of skepticism about this movie from Jump Street. Not just because of all the behind-the-scenes craziness and the changing of creative hands so many times, but once they actually got full steam ahead in production of this film, to me, all they were doing was doing desperate nostalgia plays and dangling keys in front of the Scream fans going, hey, I know there's a bunch of bullshit happening, but Kevin Williamson, series writer, is going to be directing. We got Neve Campbell back. Matthew Lillard's back, baby. You fucking stew people are going to get what you want finally. It just felt like Elmer Fudd hunting wabbits. You know what I mean? Like throwing a lasso around a hole in the ground going, I know you bitches like nostalgia. Get in that hole, motherfucker. You know you like it. And none of that direction, none of that marketing excited me whatsoever. None of it got me optimistic about this film. All it told me was that they don't have a very good idea here, and they're just trying to do the low-hanging fruit to get asses in seats. And based off of the numbers so far for Friday night and Thursday night, it's working. So is Scream 7 a return to form? Has the Queen reclaimed her throne and we're in a very healthy place for the future of this franchise? Or was all the writing on the wall for this one and Scream 7 is a very disappointing entry? Unfortunately, I've got to tell you, the writing was on the wall with this one, and pretty much all of my fears in the production of this film came to fruition in the final product. And not only is this what I would easily call the worst of this franchise, it's probably the only one that I'm going to have to give a negative review to. This thing is an absolute mess. Now, starting off with the positives, there are plenty of things to like in this film. Despite me being negative on it and being very disappointed, there's still a lot of fun to be had here for Scream fans. I think that Neve Campbell is as good here as she's ever been. Seeing her in a new phase of life as a mother is certainly a bit of a different flavor for Neve Campbell's character, and seeing her more desperately trying to protect and save her daughter than herself is certainly a new angle. I think that her chemistry on screen with Isabel May, who plays her daughter Tatum, is pretty solid. You know, having a mother-daughter dynamic be the main narrative through line, the main character-driven piece of this film, I think works more than it doesn't. And just talking specifically about Isabel May, I think she does pretty good as well. Clearly they're positioning her to be a mainstay in this franchise going forward if they do make more films, and I'm almost positive they're going to. And she's suitable. She's somebody that even if they start to shift the focus more to her and kind of put Sydney more in the background in the future, which I doubt given the controversy of the last film, she's good enough in the role and the character's got enough meat on the bones where I think she could carry it for a couple of movies. Now, Kevin Williamson is our director here, and he is the guy who created this franchise. He is the writer of the original film. He also wrote Scream 2 and Scream 4. Now, previous to this, I believe the only thing that he has directed was Teaching Mrs. Tingle, which is an okay film, but certainly not a classic. And I had a bit of cautious optimism with him jumping into the director's chair. Of course, there's something poetic about that, given the death of Wes Craven, him stepping in and kind of taking the reins as one of the original creators of the series. But he hadn't really proven himself to me as a director yet, and even more skeptical was the fact that he was not the lead writer of this film. Eventually he did do some rewrites and got a co-writing credit, but he is directing somebody else's script. And so I always found it strange that you would get somebody who is known entirely for his creative writing to not write the film, but direct the film. But despite that skepticism, I think he actually shows some growth as a director. I think he does do a really good job at staging some suspenseful sequences. I think that there's a really cool element here where he kind of shoots Ghostface in a way where he's almost ghost-like, very Michael Myers inspired, like where he is in the background and you get like a 1-watt bulb that just kind of lightly glows Craven yet. Maybe he'll get there one day, but I was pretty surprised how well he did as a director here. I also really enjoyed the opening sequence. Now, there's certain pieces to the Scream formula that you really have to nail and deliver on to give us a good Scream film. One of them is the opening sequence. Of course, you got the ghost face reveals and the kills and the meta commentary. Those are like the four main pieces of the pie. And I think that the opening sequence is the piece of the pie that he did best with. I thought it was creative. I thought that it was very entertaining, and it was funny while also being very tense and suspenseful. You get a couple of really good kills in there. And to me, it kicked the movie off where it really perked me up, where I was like, okay, this is pretty fucking solid so far. Maybe we're in for some good shit. And finally, I can't lie. Despite a lot of my issues with this film and the fact that it is very much a templated Scream film that doesn't do a whole lot new, if not anything new, there's still a lot of fun to be had with that Scream template and all of the Scream cliches. There's still a lot of fun to be had with Ghostface's phone calls, with the rules and the way that they're going to try to spin what's going on as far as the motives of the killers and how it relates to the main characters. There's a lot of fun to be had with just watching Nev Campbell run away from Ghostface and then fucking him up one by one. It still works. I don't think it's going to work very well past this film. I think now they pretty much wrung it dry, but it still works here. Moving on to the mixed, and this is mixed positive, I almost put it in the positives, is the kills. Now, one of the main things that I have said all throughout my Scream coverage is that, to me, the biggest weakness or the biggest missed opportunity, I'll say, of the Scream franchise is that there's not a whole lot of creative kills. They're mostly very simple stabs and throat slashes and things like that. As a slasher fan, as a Carnage Candy whore, admittedly, I like seeing very creative new ways to dismember people. And we've got some Scream movies that are very bloody and are very gory, but I've never really felt the creative side of things. Now, you do get some of that here. You get some pretty creative kills. You get Ghostface taking people out in new ways that aren't just him stabbing or slashing them, that I thought was very cool. One of them in particular, the first kill of the entire movie, I was like, oh, that's fucking cool. How has nobody done that before? Where it comes into the mix side of things is, despite there being a creative push there is a bit of a silly tone to all of the kills. It's very over the top, much more so than other Scream films, which have already been pretty over the top. You know, there's a little bit of CGI involved with one of them that I didn't completely love. So it wasn't a complete knockout. I like that direction. I think that now it's like I'm excited for maybe where that could go in the future. Are we going to start to get even more creative kills? Maybe Kevin Williamson, that was like a little secret weapon that he had that now we're going to start to see as a director. I hope so. But I do hope they kind of rein in some of the cartoonish silliness of all of it, because it did take me out of my enjoyment a little bit. Now, before we move on to my negatives, the best way to keep Ghostface off your trail is to prevent all of your personal information from continuously being leaked online by using the sponsor of today's video, Incogni. Here's the scary reality. Your personal information is everywhere online, which unfortunately means that you are a very easy target for scammers and data brokers. Because while it's worrying enough how much of our personal information gets leaked online or exposed in all these multiple data breaches, the fact is all of our info is not just the hero that you deserve. Incogni tracks down and removes and built even more websites on Incogni's radar so that you can take down nearly everything that is exposing your personal information online. And it's all done in 3 easy steps. Just create an account, authorize Incogni to contact these data brokers and websites on your behalf, and then sit back and watch them do all the heavy lifting for you. All with a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee. So take back your personal data with Incogni. Use code CODYLEACH, and thank you so much to Incogni. I'll tell you, the entire vibe and feel of this movie felt off from the get. It did not exactly feel in line with the rest of the films, and I can't exactly put my finger on what it was. I don't know if it was reshoots and rewrites. I don't know if it was just the new direction of Kevin Williamson. I really don't know, but this thing just felt off. Like, I would borderline say it almost felt like a parody of Scream at times, from the way that it is shot to the way that some of the characters behave, even some of the legacy characters. There's just something that doesn't quite gel together with the way that this movie presents itself. But one of the main things that I can tell you to somewhat explain what I'm talking about here is that there's a very strange execution of characters who are absent from big chunks of this movie that totally draws your attention to it. Namely, the police force. Now, they try to write it in that there's a curfew to, I guess, excuse why this town is entirely fucking empty throughout the entire second half of the movie, but even during a curfew, which is only implemented because there's murders happening, it's logical sense why there aren't patrol cars going around, why the police force aren't able to be contacted and show up where you're at immediately, given that there's no traffic in town. Going on beyond that, there's even like characters that are just legacy characters, side characters that just fuck off for entire sections of this movie for no discernible reason. Like you've got Gale and the two twins from 5 and 6 that show up almost like cartoon characters in the second half, and then they're just completely absent from the third act for no discernible reason. There's also an AI angle that they go for in this movie, which I don't want to say too much because I don't think it was really given away in the marketing, but it's their way to kind of have their cake and eat it too, to have some returning legacy characters that have been killed off and to create a mystery on whether or not they're actually alive or dead as one of the main build-ups to third act reveals. And even that element just felt off here. Like it was almost like an extreme version of the voice changer in Scream 3, where the classic Roger L. Jackson voiceover phone calls are almost entirely absent from the film because now they're exchanged for these AI videos where instead of getting Ghostface calling like, "Hey Sydney, guess what's happening?" you get an AI video of a character doing that scene, and it just does not feel right. But by far, the biggest issue with this film was the thing that I was most nervous and hesitant about, which is the fact that Kevin Williamson was the director and not the lead writer here. Now, I don't know what pieces of this movie he put his hand in and added with his rewrites, but I will tell you definitively for me that this is the worst written Scream film of the entire franchise, and it is not even close. And we'll just go down the line of all those issues. Like the desperate nostalgia play that they go for here is exactly that. It's desperate. Some of it feels like they really wish 5 and 6 didn't exist because there would have been more of a meta angle they could have taken for reboots, but we've already done that with the last two films, so all they can really do is go for the low-hanging fruit by recreating scenes from the first film, by having needle drops and songs from the first film show up, by having the AI characters, by having ways to like imply throughout it that the plan here that Ghostface has is going to somehow go back to the beginning, which none of those for me actually added up to do anything meaningful or effective in the movie. To me, it just felt like ways that they could kind of tee off cool things that they could put in the marketing or dangle in front of people in pre-production to try to get people excited and fill the theaters, which, as I said, seems to be working, but it does not pay off. And it's even to the point where some of it doesn't even feel like it actually has a point in the movie. Like, I was talking about how much I really enjoyed the opening of this film, but as you go through the movie, and certainly by the time the movie ends, you look back, and narratively, that opening serves zero purpose to the story. It doesn't even make sense why that happened in the first place. It was only there to have an opening sequence at Stu's house, to have a visual of Ghostface burning down the Mocker house like he's gonna burn it all to the ground, and they can put that on the posters. Like, that was the narrative purpose of that sequence. It plays zero relevance into the actual story of the movie. The way that the characters are written, I didn't really care for either, especially with the new characters, but even with some of the returning legacy characters. All the new characters, with the exception of Tatum, Neve Campbell's daughter, are completely forgettable. I couldn't tell you anything about them. I couldn't tell you their name. They are possibly the most cannon fodder characters of this entire franchise. Maybe save for 3, but 3 at least had somewhat of an appeal of them being like the movie star replicas of the main casts. And all of the returning characters honestly felt like the most shortchanged caricature versions of themselves. As I said earlier, it's almost like this movie was written with no knowledge of which characters were actually going to return, which actors were going to continue to support this franchise, and so they just had like blank spaces. And so you throw in Courtney Cox, you throw in the two twins from 5 and 6, and they entered the movie in a way that honestly felt like a tonal shift of the film, as I said earlier, which is almost cartoonish. I don't feel like they added anything to the movie whatsoever. You could remove all 3 of them, the movie would be exactly the same, which I kind of expected with the two twins. They're pretty much caricatures at this point. You have Mindy, who's just like the super nerdy, I know all the rules of the franchise character. She's always been that way. And then you have Chad, who's just kind of the quippy guy that goes back and forth with his sister. Like, they're entertaining actors. I like their characters, but they don't serve any purpose here. And then Courtney Cox, especially as Gale Weathers, I feel like there's nothing left to do with this character. I know people love Gale as a legacy character, and certainly there's some movies where she's better than others, but aside from a little bit of a trauma element that's in here that is never really effectively explored, it's almost like a blink and miss it element to her character, it's just stock Gale Weathers. Yet again, she's here to get a story to a much lesser degree than the other characters, but had moments that I felt like it was almost phoned in. Not necessarily in a performance-wise, because as I said, I think Neve Campbell is great, but certainly in the way that they wrote the character. Like, this should arguably be the most important struggle, the most important game, if you will, that she has ever played. Her actual family is in the mix. Her daughter's life is at stake. Her husband's life is at stake. And there's moments where you just don't really feel the gravity of that. It doesn't feel like she's more engaged, she's, more taking the charge or more into taking down Ghostface here than she has been in other films. Specifically when it comes to her relationship with her husband. Like, we borderline have another Halloween 2018 situation here with Judy Greer and her husband, where it's like, throughout the second and third act, I'm like, did you ever think to maybe, call your husband, see if he's okay? Like, do you care at all? And the last thing that I'll say as far as characters, which I slightly touched on, is that the AI characters that you get here, the returning characters that are very much driving the plot, did not buy those performances at all, and I will entirely put that on the writing yet again, because I know that these people know these characters like the back of their hand. I know they absolutely know how to deliver for fans, but there were moments where it really, like I said, felt like a parody of these characters. It felt like somebody watched the original Scream and was trying to do like a Scary Movie 6 version of those characters to an extent that I just never really got into. I did not appreciate the way they were utilized as returning nostalgia bait, and I don't think it worked at all as a driving force in the plot. But moving on to arguably one of the most important pieces to any Scream script is the meta angle. Now, there were a number of interviews about 2-3 weeks ago that Kevin Williamson gave that gave the impression that this movie was not going to have a meta angle whatsoever. It was just going to be a straightforward slasher movie, and there was not going to be any sort of commentary on horror films or the horror genre or current trends in filmmaking or anything like that, which sent a lot of Scream fans into panic mode because that is an integral piece to this franchise. Now, what I will say is that I think he overstated things a bit because there is somewhat of a meta angle here. It's just not in the way that you expect. It's not really commenting on the genre so much as it is commenting on its own franchise. To boil it down to its most basic version, the meta angle that Scream 7 takes is commenting on the absence of Sidney in the previous film, the absence of Neve Campbell in the previous film. This is very much a movie that the basic point is there's no Scream without Sidney. And there's even a line of dialogue here given by Mindy that essentially says, this is a movie for Sidney fans, not Scream fans. And I think there's something to that idea that could have been cool, but they executed it terribly. Like, there's no actual consistent through line with what point they're actually trying to make here with that meta angle. As I said earlier, I absolutely go to the church of Sidney Prescott. I love Neve Campbell as that character. But I feel like the movie spends way too much time and energy trying to prop up that character as like, see, Sidney's the ultimate badass. Ghostface ain't got shit on Sidney. Nobody can take down Sidney. And it's like, well, yeah, but you also eliminate a lot of the suspense, you eliminate a lot of the stakes, and you eliminate a lot of my investment when you continuously state that throughout the film, because I know absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, that nobody significant is dying in this movie. And there's absolutely something to be said about show don't tell here, where it's like the rest of the films actually show that Sidney is a badass and can take down Ghostface and outsmarts all of them and is at the point where she's not even scared. I will fuck you up beyond belief if you come for me or my family. This film just likes to tell us that throughout the movie. Meanwhile, there's multiple points in the story where Sidney is not exactly behaving in the way that I think Sidney would. She's not making the smartest decision in that moment. She's stopping in the middle of the street to watch video feeds of her daughter rather than hauling ass to her daughter. And I would even go as far as to say that they attempt to do some kind of a meta angle with the actual AI usage in this movie, bringing back dead characters to haunt Sidney. And the problem with that is they don't, yet again, arrive at any kind of a discernible point. There's no actual commentary on AI or deepfake usage in this movie in relation to the characters or in relation to the movie industry itself, which just kind of feels like a wasted element then. It's there just for shiny nostalgia bait without having an actual narrative point for it. And it borders on like a Rise of the Skywalker level of fan pandering, where if you don't have some kind of an insightful commentary on AI usage, then it just comes across like they're using it just to silence time this character shows up on screen, it literally takes about 10 seconds for you to sniff out, okay, that's definitely Ghostface. Like, they're acting way too fucking weird, and something they said there just points to it like a goddamn spotlight. And that is a huge hit to this movie. You know, it's to the point where the Ghostface reveal segment of the third act could have saved this. It could have been enough to round off the hard edges and would have pushed this to where, despite having significant issues with the writing, I would have still told you, you know, overall, I still like this. They still mostly delivered. Hopefully they'll do better on the next one. But this one just cemented how disappointing and how shoddily executed this movie was. Because when you go into the third act of a Scream film especially, the reveals of Ghostface is like the crux of the entire experience. Some movies can absolutely survive maybe being a little bit obvious with some of the red herrings and you having a bit of an idea who the Ghostface killer is. I had that experience with the fifth one. Still really enjoyed that movie. Less so the sixth film. But this one, you walk into the third act for the mask to come off and you're like, yep, okay, knew that the whole time. But when that character starts talking and starts giving their little Scooby-Doo monologue about the reason why they're going after Sydney and the reason why we're experiencing the last 90 minutes of events, holy fuck, who wrote that shit? Not only is it an absolutely lame motivation that is bafflingly stupid, but it is so convoluted and so like terribly written as far as dialogue that it's almost incomprehensible what the fuck this character is even saying. Like, you're sitting here going like, after they get done with their whole monologue, you almost want Sydney to be like self-aware and be like, what the fuck did you just say? Like, what? Why are you here? I'm so fucking confused. Like, I am on record as being heavily critical of the Ghostface reveal in Scream 6. I think that movie, up till the last 20 minutes, was one of, if not the best Scream sequels. I highly enjoyed that movie, and it went off a fucking cliff as soon as those masks came off. I, like a lot of people online, I mean, you've seen memes for the last week saying it will never be as bad as that. Ghostface reveals will never be as bad or worse than those three characters in the previous film. Well, Scream 7 said, motherfucker, hold my beer. And that's the point to me that I just can't forgive. I cannot justify, I cannot even give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, okay, writing a movie, executing a movie is difficult. We all know that, we can acknowledge that. But how the fuck? Especially when the guy running the ship is the creator of this franchise and the writer of three of what I would say the best movies in the franchise can look at that final act and say, yep, that's good enough, and not absolutely demand a rewrite. I don't know how the fuck this third act is the third act that we got. It's that bad for me. And the ultimate shame of all of this is that despite how much I love Neve Campbell and love the Sidney Prescott character, and despite the fact that this movie's entire point and the main, if not only reason to really be excited and hopeful as a Scream fan is that the Queen has returned, that Sidney Prescott is back in the driver's seat. Despite all of that, the quality of this movie affirms all of my reservations and fears of hitching the wagon to Sidney Prescott and Gale Weathers, which is that all of the tension, all of the stakes, and all of the potential for this franchise to grow and evolve is now gone. Now we are stuck with films like this that are just going to be a baseline, arguably generic execution of the Scream template with the same characters going against Ghostface, trying to find some stupid reason for Ghostface to come back, and then by the third act, it's the exact same template. It's masks come off, some silly-ass reason, Gale and Sidney prevail to the next film. And that's just not interesting to me. Say what you will about 5 and 6, and they certainly have their flaws, especially 6, but I really was hopeful and invested in this franchise going in some new directions, attaching themselves to some new characters, kind of resetting the stage a little bit. And my biggest fear with Scream 7 is that we're going to lose all of that potential just to give us the most templated, nostalgia-bait Scream 7 experience. And for me, that's exactly what we got. And where I used to say that the Scream franchise belonged in a conversation of arguably two franchises in the entire genre of horror that are incredibly consistent as far as quality, and even the worst film that franchise had to offer was still pretty good, and their batting average is way ahead of many other franchises that they rub shoulders with. With the existence of Scream 7, I don't think I can say that anymore. It's not the the worst thing ever, it's still way better than the worst that a lot of other franchises have to offer. But it is not a good Scream film, in my opinion. And unfortunately, the more depressing angle of that is that Scream really put itself on the map in 1996 by effectively roasting and subverting all of the worst cliches, worst trends, and worst realities of the quality of slasher films at the time. And now with this 7th film, Scream has become the films that it used to roast. Scream has become the franchise that it used to make fun of. So overall, guys, what I will tell you is that if you're a diehard fan of this franchise, do not take my opinion and my word for it. Go check it out, form your own opinion. There are going to be some people that really enjoy this film, even without bias. And there's going to be some people that are even more disappointed and harsh on it than I am. It all depends on what you go to these movies for. But for what I go to these movies for, and what I hope from a Scream film, this is easily the weakest effort that we've gotten so far, and it puts me in a spot where I am not very hopeful for the future of this franchise. Well, that's it for this one, guys. If you enjoyed that, please click over here for a playlist of all of my coverage of this entire franchise. I am also going to put up here a ranking of all of the different horror franchises, which of course Scream will be on that list. Like, share, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss everything in the future. And as always, remember, opinions are like assholes, but that doesn't mean you have to be.
To be honest, because Scream's always been pretty solid. I haven't really watched a Scream movie and been like, damn, that was...
I just got out of Scream 7. We're going to give you a spoiler-free review, but first a message to the boycott trolls for this movie. You won. You spoiled the movie for me, and I want you to know that I fucking loved Scream 7. Scream 7 stars Neve Campbell, Courtney Cox, Isabel May, and is directed by Kevin Williamson.
To shoot him in the head.
I'm gonna burn it all down.
What's up, guys? Welcome to a brand new 2026 review, and we're not going to just review any old horror movie. No, we're going to review a brand new Scream movie, spoiler-free, which means I can't tell you anything. All right, I can't tell you because if you haven't seen this movie, I don't want you to go into this movie and be spoiled like I was. So I just want to give you the broad strokes here. I will definitely tell you what I liked about it, and maybe a couple of things that were lacking. But yeah, this was a very pleasant surprise, as you could tell from the intro of this video. And also, let me specify, when I say boycotters, I don't mean the boycotters that are mature and actually, you know, stand for a cause that they believe in. You have that right. But they don't go out of their way to try to act like fucking 5-year-olds and spoil the movie for people, okay? This isn't directed at mature boycotters. This is directed at children, idiots. That's what this is directed at. So anyway, let's give you a quick plot synopsis on Scream 7. Sidney Prescott is back. She's actually sort of in hiding, but you know what? She's just moving on with her life. She's putting her past behind her, and really a big reason of it is because of her family. Now, if you kind of wanted to poke holes at this, yeah, we knew that Sidney had children in Scream 5, but outside of that, like, if you date this back to like Scream 4 in 2011, I sort of was doing the math in my head, like, Tatum is 17 years old in this movie, but Scream 4, she wasn't even born yet, as far as we know. So the age is a little bit of a discrepancy there. If you know better than I do, let me know down in the comments. But that, you know, that's not a big deal. You can still kind of buy it and go along for the ride. But Tatum, her daughter, there's definitely a strain between the two of them because, yeah, of course, Tatum knows the story because of the Stab movies, but she can't get real with her mother. You know, Sidney wants to protect her daughter. She doesn't want to, you know, have a heart-to-heart with her about what really happened throughout all of these movies. And so that just causes a big rift between the two, but it really plays into what eventually happens in the last act. Really, this is a story about Tatum just trying to connect with her mother. And, you know, eventually Sydney waking up and helping Tatum to be her own person and you know, maybe be stronger. That's really the anchor of this movie. Sydney is married. Her husband is played by Joel McHale. And of course, Courtney Cox is back playing Gale. I will say this, and this is just a first impression, but I think Gale has one of the best scenes that Gale has ever had in this entire franchise. I won't tell exactly what the scene is, but the crowd freaking roared when the scene happened. In these last two movies, Scream 5 and 6, Gale more felt like she was taking a backseat to everything that was going on. She did have a big scene in Scream 6. In this movie, I think Gale really gets to shine, but especially Sydney. I'm not going to say it's the best, you know, Sydney portrayal of all of the movies, but it's definitely one of the best. Especially when you compare it to like what she was doing in Scream 5. Again, more of like a background character. Had really like one big scene in the final act. In this movie, this is Sydney's movie, the entire thing from start to finish. So I'm telling you, people that love Sidney Prescott, that worship Sidney Prescott, I don't see how you can't love this movie because she really shines throughout the whole thing. You get those Sydney badass scenes where she really gets to flex and show how smart she is, also how strong she is. And I really loved her relationship with Tatum. I loved Tatum as a character. Tatum was a character that I wanted to see grow. And I was enjoying the performance by Isabel May. I'd never seen her in anything before, but they could not have cast a better young actress to play Sydney's daughter. I'll even say this, if they were to go forward in like another movie or two, and somehow I would be fine with just a movie with Tatum. Now let's talk about Ghostface and the kills. These are the best Ghostface kills I think I've ever seen as far as creativity. I've complained about Scream and the kills in the past because it seems like most of the time it's Ghostface with a knife. Yes, that's definitely in here, but boy, do they get graphic, and they come up with some really fun, almost like Friday the 13th style kills in this. There was one kill in this movie where the crowd was freaking roaring. It was so fun. Lastly, I think the biggest thing that I love about this movie is that I always complain about Scream not taking risks. And in a way, I think this movie does take risks in that it doesn't depend on the whole meta approach. You're not going to get callbacks to other horror movies like we do in a lot of especially like Scream 4. They go hard in the paint on that, and that's all fun and everything, but we've done it so many times. I found it refreshing for Scream to just let's just be a straight up slasher. You know, let's almost go the H2O style, the good part of H2O, where it's just Sidney Prescott against Ghostface. And we don't need all that, nostalgia baggage that we have in so many of these movies. If Scream 7 does anything, it stands alone as that movie, just a straight up slasher movie that doesn't depend on all that other stuff. If you want that stuff, it's in the other movies. So I like that this one was different in that way. This was more of a Sidney Prescott movie. You do have Chad and Mindy back here, and Mindy sort of plays that role again, kind of telling the rules. I won't spoil anything, but she does sort of mention about what the point of this particular story is. And I guess just focusing more on the final girl aspect. Okay, that's all I'll say. Now, obviously, there's so much that I can't tell, and I can't wait to get into the spoiler review. I'm not going to talk about, Stu and Matthew Lillard. We know that Matthew Lillard is in this movie, but I think it's just better me not saying anything, okay? I won't even tell you if I like or dislike anything having to do with Matthew Lillard, all right? Because I want you guys to just go in this and enjoy it for yourself. Now, as far as any cons, I don't think it's a perfect movie at all, and I do think it starts off kind of rough, and I did get a little worried probably within the first 20 minutes, but then once it really finds its footing and gets going, it never lets up. It gets bloodier, it gets more fast-paced, and I think it gets more fun. Some of the complaints I've seen about this movie is the first 2/3 are good, and then the last act, not so good. I disagree. I actually had a blast with the last act of this movie. We will get more into that in the spoiler review, and I'll talk about who the killer or killers are, but I'm not going to talk about that in this movie. But I'll just say this. This ain't going to beat like the final act of Scream 1 and Scream 2, all right? I'll say that, but I still enjoyed it quite a bit. And like I said at the in the intro of the video, yeah, I was spoiled on this movie like I was for Scream 6, but I didn't know the context of anything. So as I was watching this movie, it was fun watching it all unfold, and I just really enjoyed it for the story and really for Sydney. So you guys can tell I'm tiptoeing around so much in this review, but I think you get an idea. I really enjoyed this movie quite a bit. I think as of right now, it's either my number 3 or my number 4 favorite Scream movie. It's definitely better than 5 and 6 in my opinion, but I do understand the negative feedback that it is getting by some groups, because some Scream fans, they just want a certain thing out of a Scream movie, and this movie might not please everybody, all right, but it definitely pleased me. So I'm giving this a purchase worthy. Had a great time with Scream 7, went in with the lowest expectations. I honestly didn't think I would like it that much, because I'm not like a Scream fanatic or anything, but I found this quite refreshing. I will say that right now. Had a small town vibe to it, which was really cool, and the hard focus on Sidney Prescott, I think, is this movie's big win, and I think you guys are going to love Isabella May. So, a lot of you guys have seen this movie. Let me know down in the comments what you guys thought of it. Please, please, please don't spoil anything in the comments, all right? Try to be mature and just, have a good discussion in the comments about it. But I will say to you guys, be careful going into the comments, because I'm sure there will be a couple of people that will try to spoil the movie. This franchise has some of the most toxic fans I've ever seen in my entire life. You just can't really get away from it, okay? So it would almost be better if you had seen the movie before you even read through the comments. Leave a comment below, because it helps the channel out, and hit a like, but just be careful if you're going to read the comments, okay? Also, be sure to subscribe to Drum Dums Extra. Been putting some Scream content over there recently, all right? And yeah, having a lot of fun with the second channel. Be sure to come over to Kill Flicks, where we talk horror all day and every day, and on Fridays we do Fever Fridays. Follow my Drum Dums on my social, support me on Patreon, become a channel member, buy me a coffee. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Have a good day, and Rum Dum out.
Buy Me a Coffee is, by the way, it's a website. He does not mean actually buy him a coffee like I previously thought.
Scream 7, all the spoilers. Let's go. What's up, guys? Welcome to Scream 7, all the spoilers. This might be a little bit of a different all the spoilers, and I'll open this up with saying I'm glad it's over. Just because of how, ugly the online discourse gets around Scream. No matter how I feel about the movie, I went and saw it a second time today. Loved it even more. It's probably my number 3 or number 4 favorite Scream movie. I can say that, wholeheartedly. But the reason I say I'm glad it's over is because it seems like once this marketing campaign ramps up, the online discourse gets just really out of hand, and you get a lot of personal attacks over a movie, pretty much. Nothing more, okay? And it's just strange, I can't watch a Scream movie now without it being spoiled. And I'm not even complaining about that. I still enjoyed the movie quite a bit. The thing I'm complaining about is that even after the movie comes out, you get so much negativity. And the movie's, breaking records, opening with, domestically, almost 100 million worldwide. And, I'll even go ahead and say, Anna Camp she reposted something, and then she quickly took it back. But originally she posted the boycott, the critics hate, and the ridiculous leaks didn't work. What worked was the public leaving their homes and making the movie a success. Nothing offensive about that post whatsoever. Yeah, it's a flex, that's all it is, but she didn't say anything against Melissa Barrera in that. She didn't say anything against peaceful protesters. Leaks are not a peaceful thing, okay? Spoiling the movie for people is not a peaceful thing. So I reposted that before I knew that she took it down, but I don't apologize for anything. And of course, when I reposted it, I got a ton of people. I blocked a lot of people coming at me after I reposted it. Somebody called me bald. I take offense to that. Like, am I bald? I don't think so. But yeah,
No.
and you know, that's why I say I'm just kind of glad this is over. I'll still buy Scream 7 when it comes out. Happily add it to my collection. Watch it constantly. But you know, the times when Scream is not coming are peaceful times. Okay? Yeah, man. It's at the end of the day, it's just a movie, and it's just sad the times we live in. Like, this stuff would not have occurred, you know, way before social media. But social media gives everybody a platform, including myself. And I'll admit, I probably egg people on, but I don't draw first blood. Okay? When you come after me before I even see a movie, and you go out of your way, and I'm not talking about one person, I'm talking about probably, you know, at least a dozen, and I'm being generous, okay? Probably in, you know, 20, 30 people, just, and they're all part of this bandwagon that they feel like, I don't know if they think they're defending Melissa Barrera, or, you know, and I hold no ill will towards Melissa Barrera at all, okay? I like the character of Sam, guys, I really do, but this thing just got ugly. And it's sad. It's sad because I want to enjoy a movie, and I feel like I can't because of the negative energy around the movie. And you know, I feel sad because I went into this movie and I enjoyed the hell out of it. Went into it twice, enjoyed the hell out of it even more. And that's not me lying just for the sake of going against the boycotters. No, if I didn't like the movie, I'd tell you I didn't like the movie. I didn't really care for Scream 5 and Scream 6 that much. They're still fun movies, but this movie felt like Scream. It felt like those first few movies, which, by the way, I went through and watched all of the Scream movies leading up to this movie. And I after this movie, I went back and watched Scream 1 through 3. I literally just finished part 3. Those are really fun movies, those first 3 movies. But I still maintain that this is a very consistent franchise. It is a really fun franchise. There's not a bad movie of the bunch, if you ask me. I can have a blast with all of these movies. So, with that all out of the way, now let's get into the actual spoiler part of the review. Okay? And guys, me saying I really loved this movie doesn't mean it's a perfect movie. The final act is far from perfect. Okay? It's ridiculous. I will definitely admit that. And you know what? Let's go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off, and let's talk about the final act first, okay? We're not going to go in chronological order. Let's get to what we really want to talk about, right? The final act of this movie. Anna Camp is really the main, I guess, the leader of this killing group, all right? Her name is Jessica. She happens to be Sydney's neighbor. I can't really say because I knew the killers going in the first time, but I did take my wife to see this movie today, and she didn't know who the killers were. And she said after she watched the movie, she pretty much called the killers immediately, just because the first time you meet Ethan Embry, he just really jumps out like a red flag. And then you couldn't really call Carl, because Carl, which was a really cool scene, by the way, we actually kill a Ghostface killer in the middle of the movie. Gale coming in, having one of the most iconic Gale Weathers scenes out of the entire franchise, you know. Just obliterating Ghostface, and then they come and unmask him. I was really afraid that he was going to get up and leave, even though he just got hit by a fucking car. But no, they unmask him. He is dead. One thing I liked about this movie too, it had far less plot armor than especially Scream 6. Like Scream 6, Chad gets stabbed in the chest like 18 times. In this movie, I felt like if somebody got stabbed in the chest 18 times, they would die. Okay. Sydney's husband, yeah, he probably would be dead, but he does get stabbed far less times, you know, a believable amount, you know, I guess an equal amount as previous, like Dewey. Dewey was stabbed far more times than Mark was. Okay, but back to Anna Camp playing Jessica. Look, guys, yeah, this is as ridiculous and as silly as Scream 6's final act, okay? I'll admit that. But I will, to defend this final act, this is not the first time that Scream has went into full-on Scooby-Doo land. It's pretty much as far back as Scream 4, we've been going this route, you know? The killers, we don't really care the motive. At this point, do we really even care about the motive? What we care about is Ghostface and the killers. And I think this movie was top-notch in terms of Ghostface, not not Jessica, not Ethan Embry's character, not Carl, but Ghostface. Just the Ghostface moments in this movie are top notch. The kills are amazing. You got, I think, two of the best kills of the franchise in this movie with the beard tap when he picks the guy by his head and puts him on there, and then you got McKenna Grace, her kill scene, how she like gets stabbed multiple times and then her intestines bleeding out, and then you got the visual candy of that scene. Glorious stuff for sure. So when you watch these Scream movies, yeah, the final acts are gonna be preposterous. Everything after Scream 3 is going to be silly, okay? But was it satisfying? Was it entertaining? That's up to you, but for me, the final act was really entertaining. Reimagining the scene, the Steve scene from the first movie, and then Anna Kent reveals herself, which I thought she was a really striking Ghostface. If anything, just having a Ghostface that's just batshit crazy. She was actually in a mental ward. She killed her husband. She becomes a Sidney fanatic after reading her book. And she takes it personally when Sidney sits this one out for Scream 6, which, by the way, that was a cool part about this movie, is how they constantly acknowledged Scream 6 and Sidney not being there, and how that was actually a major plot point of this movie. I thought that was pretty cool and pretty respectful to Scream 6, honestly. And for every, lead killer, there's always a backup killer when they have 2 or 3 killers. Carl was already discarded in the middle of the movie, but Ethan Embry, I do agree. I think Ethan Embry was definitely wasted. I'm an Ethan Embry fan. Loved him in The Devil's Candy. He was definitely channeling Jeffrey Lewis from Salem's Lot, in the Every Which Way But Loose movies. Maybe, I don't know if that was intentional, but I was like, damn, he looks like Jeffrey Lewis in that getup. So that was the first big spoiler, the final act. To me, I could take it or leave it, just like any other Scream final act. Is it the worst killer reveal? Maybe, but was I still entertained? Heavily, honestly. Especially when Sidney and her daughter fully unload on Jessica, shooting her in the face repeatedly. The crowd went nuts during that scene. And it was sort of a payoff there because Sidney's daughter Tatum finally gets her courage, so to speak, and she's able to stand up and help her mother out. She becomes Sidney Prescott's daughter. And ultimately, guys, that's what I loved about this movie so much, was Sidney Prescott. This finally was Sidney Prescott's movie. I loved the setting, her small town, and watching her, struggling, being a mother, stuff we can all relate to. But this movie was fully Sidney Prescott's story, start to finish. We haven't had that in so long. Even Scream 4, she's sort of out of her element. She's sort of almost a background character. But in this one, no, it's definitely her story. And I really enjoyed her relationship with Tatum. There was those nice tender moments about her relationship with her best friend Tatum from the first movie. A lot of nice callbacks to the first movie, honestly. By the way, the freaking score in this movie I thought was refreshing, because the original 3 movies, I thought the score did sort of get repetitive. Marco Beltrami's score, they even used it like in H2O. There was less of that and more of like a modern take on the score in this movie. And the sound design in the theater was incredible. You did have a couple of Halloween callbacks with Ghostface kind of coming out of the shadows. Really cool stuff. Ghostface was chilling in this movie, actually. A quick word on Chad and Mindy. I am glad I gave this a second watch, because that's another element that was kind of jarring the first time, just because I'm so used to them being part of the core 4. But giving this a second watch, I actually love them with Gale. I think the 3 of them together make for a great trio, which I would be happy to see going forward into Scream 8. And I found them just a lot more charming this time around. Even Mindy, the one that I kind of get annoyed with at times because of, I guess, the rules and whatnot, they actually poke fun at her with the rules and getting it wrong, which was kind of fun. But I really enjoyed them this time around. And before seeing this movie, I think I wanted at least one of them to die, preferably Mindy. But after seeing this movie in the context of it and seeing their relationship with Gale, I'm glad they both lived, actually. And I look forward to them in future movies. So now let's talk about Stu. That's the other big thing about this movie. And I will admit, on the first cell phone, like the AI version of Stu. I'm glad I did go back and watch it a second time to kind of really take in what he was actually saying in the scenes, because it was hard for me to even pay attention to what he was saying initially because of how jarring it was, you know, seeing Stu there in all his glory. But paying attention to what he was saying, I found him quite hilarious at times, actually. And you could tell that Matthew Lillard was really just eating this part up, enjoying being back. And I think maybe it was sort of a happy medium, because it seems like half the fans want Stu to come back and half of them don't want him to. But this is, again, sort of kind of a happy medium, and everybody kind of gets a little bit of what they want. Now, as far as Stu being alive, you did have Ethan Embry's character, the orderly. He did state in the final act that Stu was actually dead. But are we to trust him? That's the thing. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But I think, you know, from a script standpoint, they're trying to, I guess, put the nail in the coffin, so to speak, as far as Stu. And I guess I'm fine with that, you know? Yes, I would love for Stu to come back in Scream 8. And I think that door is still cracked a little bit. But if he never comes back, I'm fine with that. But yeah, guys, I think that's about all I can cover on this. I think I kind of covered everything as far as spoilers go. Maybe I missed a couple things. But yeah, I will say, man, the reactions to this movie, and I do think it's crazy that there were a few actual critics that bombed this movie. I saw evidence of it, okay? Maybe it's a very small percentage. And as an actual certified Rotten Tomatoes critic, I do take that shit kind of personally. Like, you got to take this profession, whatever you want to call it, seriously, and you got to treat every movie as their own entity. You got to leave the politics out of it. Unless the movie's about politics and you want to judge that specific element of the movie, then yeah, go for it. But yeah, it got ugly, this whole coverage of this movie, and it's sad. It's really sad, honestly. You even had John Campea saying this was like one of the worst movies he's ever seen, and that freaking blew my mind. You know what? Movies are an emotional medium. I defend that all the time. You think whatever you want to think. Something about this movie just rubbed him really, really, really the wrong way, and I get that. For it to be the worst movie of all time, okay, I guess so. It's weird, though, and I think that's a kind of a great thing about movies is that they can affect somebody like John Campea in the worst way possible, and then they can affect somebody like me in the best way possible. And you know what? I think that's just a testament to how important movies are in our lives. And really, they are art. And you can look at a piece of art on a spectrum. Some people might see nothing in the piece of art, and some people might see everything. So that's the beauty of art. So I loved Scream 7, but I'm not here to tell you you're wrong if you hate it. That's fine, okay? But let me know what you guys think of the movie. What was your favorite, I guess, spoiler of the movie? I don't think anybody liked the final act of the movie. I still enjoyed it, but I get the complaints about it. Of course, it was ridiculous. Also, be sure to subscribe to the second channel, Drum Drums Extra. We're going to be doing another full-on spoiler live stream on Hit the Bricks with a couple of special guests. That's coming in the next couple of days, so look for that. It might have already happened by the time I get this out. I don't know yet. I got to get it edited. But yeah, come over to Killer Flicks, where we're hardcore all day and every day on Fridays. We do for Fridays. Follow my Drum Drums on my social, support me on Patreon. I'm a channel member. Buy me a call. You know, guys, thank you so much for watching every day, and rub them out.
Scream 7's been out for a day or two now, and people are absolutely loving it from a fan side of things. Us curmudgeon-y, disgusting critics who don't like anything are less than happy with the results of Scream 7, which felt like hot trash for the most part. Entertaining at times, of course, but overall, a very missed opportunity to do something pretty special. You know, you got Neve Campbell back as Sydney. You have Gail here for the 7th time. She just doesn't leave. Gail's always around. You know, popping out of a manhole cover like she's in a Ninja Turtles side-scrolling beat-em-up. Maybe she's just in the background, tips the hat, and then comes on in for one final battle, and then another final battle, the next movie, and the next movie. Regardless, you get what I'm saying. Courtney Cox will think AI could actually help us with in these future films. Just AI Courtney Cox moving forward. And before I speak further on AI in this video, I need to let you know what I'm doing right now is a spoiler recap of Scream 7. I put out a review the other day. Not a fan. Not a fan of this one. Overall, I really enjoyed this franchise. I thought 6 was pretty bad as well. But everything else, not a bad time. Love Scream 1, love Scream 2. Scream 3, that was a swing and a miss for me, although there are some great parts in it. 4, I thought was a fun time. 5 does the soft reboot very well. And then 6 is a mess, for sure. 6 had some good ideas as well, but overall, not great. 7, unfortunately, is just kind of a snore factory with uninspired performances and a really bad final reveal, which I will get to in this video. So, strap in, we're going spoilers, baby. Here's the spoiler recap for Scream 7. As I'm walking down Nostalgia Lane, if you wouldn't mind walking over to the subscribe, it's perfectly free of charge, and just taking your trusty knife, stabbing that thing so you don't miss a future video by me in the future, I would appreciate it. I always like to leave a little note ahead of these recaps to let you know the movie's very fresh in theaters. I give my thoughts as they flow from my brain, which can be very challenging because I'm an idiot. So this is like a buddy talking about the film after he saw it a day ago. I don't have a bunch of notes. I occasionally will look up a name of a character because I don't know names worth of shit. I barely remember my own half the time. With that out of the way, let's get into it. We open with a young couple staying at an Airbnb, themed after the Stab franchise, and this is all taking place within the iconic Stu Macher home. I actually enjoyed this intro to the movie. There's some solid kills here. You got your boyfriend, girlfriend flirting with each other. He's a hardcore fan of the series. They check out the different rooms in the house, pointing out items and situations that occurred in the past films. It's a nice little time before we find out that the actual Ghostface is in there with them. The one notable thing I enjoyed about this was the animatronic motion sensor Ghostface that's in the corner. The boyfriend's running the hand over it. It's kind of herky-jerky following along, and it will go back to this Halloween decoration later, but the face is going to be moving much more smoothly this time around, indicating, yeah, that's not the same thing you were looking at earlier. I don't know how Ghostface was able to sneakily move it out of the room and take its place without anybody hearing, considering the girlfriend was right in the room over and could see in her eye line anything going on, any sort of motion. But that doesn't matter. Ghostface is always warping around these movies, doing a bunch of silly things that could never happen in the real world. We'll move past that. Anyway, the boyfriend gets stabbed to death. Girlfriend freaks out, does the classic trip over the stairs, running up. Before having a standoff fight with Ghostface at the top, she knocks his ass down, but also falls to her doom after slipping her grip on a chandelier, falling right into his knife. The introduction's capped with Ghostface popping off the top of a gasoline can, pouring it all around the house, lighting a match, and putting that bitch up in flames, walking at the camera like a boss. Scream 7 tears through the screen, and everybody is pumped for what will surely be a fantastic ride. That's what I told myself. And then the rest of the movie took place. From there, we're now going to be what is essentially Stars Hollow from Gilmore Girls, this buttfuck little town with a coffee shop that Sydney is running. She has really made a little name for herself here, really settled down, found her roots. She's married to the guy from Community, Joel McHale, who is a cop, who I can never take seriously because he's always very funny, even when he's in a serious role. I just can't help but laugh at the guy. And even though Sydney has 3 kids, 2 of them are shipped off to the grandparents because the script had no idea what to do with them. Instead, we're just going to focus on her teenage daughter, Tatum. I pointed this out in my other review, but Tatum is going to be said 500 times in this movie. They say Tatum about as many times as the main characters in the last film were stabbed and then survived. It kind of would have been funny if this movie early on mentioned the characters from the other film and how they didn't. They died later from stab wounds, which would make sense, the internal bleeding and whatnot. But no, there's just a couple offhand remarks about New York, and otherwise we don't know anything about their This is the Sydney show. Well, the Sydney and Tatum show. I also want to point out that this mother-daughter relationship blows dick. They have no chemistry at all. Tatum's your typical shithead teenager, doesn't respect her mom reciprocates that. They have a very cold relationship. Nev Campbell's character is trying to keep Tatum in the dark about her past, which is wise, but probably unwise considering there is a fleet of stab movies chronicling the events of Sydney, plus there's the book she wrote. Gale Weathers is in the picture here and there to fill in any sort of questions she might have. Yeah, it's odd. And there were some people I noticed defending this decision to make Sydney so timid and try to hide from the past and not allow her daughter to have any sort of a skill set to fight off any potential Ghostface by saying, Sydney's a survivor. That is a fine excuse if it happened once or twice to the woman, but she's been in fucking 5 of these prior to this one. She is well past the victim stage. She's a full-blown murderer, and she should be a lot more of a badass at this point. Since we once again have to start pretty much completely over on this franchise, we have to introduce new characters, really get the setting down, the husband, the daughter, the friends. The friends are an interesting bunch. 2 of them were in the last Ghostbusters Afterlife film. One of them was in Madam Web. The other was in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Not a great track record of films. This is another one for them to maybe leave off the resume. They also bring nothing to the table outside of McKenna Grace having a very cool death scene. Tatum has a boyfriend who's supposedly straight. He's the gayest straight guy I've ever seen. He looks like a budget Zac Efron. Sydney is happily married to Joel McHale's character, Mark. He's a cop. They live in a beautiful, lovely home that looks to be a third under construction. There's a large wing of this place that's boarded up. There are tarps everywhere. I've never seen so many tarps in my life. And this will act as sort of a kill box later on. We'll get to that hilarity. We'll get to all the hilarity. The only other new character I can recall being in Sydney's life is Anna Camp's character, Jessica. She's a very bubbly friend who shows up a couple times to give sage advice about how to parent. And I was thinking to myself, there's a possibility this bitch could be the killer. And then I thought, no, that would be really, really lame for Scream 7, bringing back Sydney, and then just having some random fan of hers be the killer. There's no way they're gonna do that. Anyway, let's keep going. The first big kill from our Ghostface happens, I want to say, 25-30 minutes into this movie, where Tatum is going to go with her friends to a play rehearsal. We see McKenna Grace dressed up as a fairy or some shit. She's hanging by a couple wires, and we got the numbnuts off camera moving her up and down for practice. As an aside, the director of the play is Jonah from Veep. It was nice to see him in this movie. I like Jonah, he's very funny. He's useless in this film. After some technical difficulties with the rehearsal, McKenna Grace wants to stay back and work on her lifts and her drops for a little bit before things go silent. She looks off camera, her buddy's gone, and oh shit, Ghostface is here. He activates the machine that moves her back and forth. I don't know if that's a thing you can do, but he figured out how to do it. So she's like, boom, running into shit. As she makes her way back, Ghostface is like, swiping at her, shaving a little off the arm, tiny bit off the old kneecap. Uncle Buck, anybody? Uncle Buck? And then eventually, he slices across her beautifully toned stomach, and all the innards fall down in a pile on the ground. That's a shame. Now, because there's a lot going on in this movie, I am actually unclear as to what the hell events happen in what order. I'm not sure if this is the point Sydney Prescott is already informed that Ghostface is going to be at the play. I think she is. All right, so while this is going on, Sydney gets a call on the phone from the coffee shop she's working at. Yeah, she's a coffee shop owner and barista, as I imagine we all thought her life would play out. And a familiar face greets her on the phone. The man, the myth, the legend, Stu Macher's back, baby! Matthew Lillard, back from the dead, reprising his role for this film. Matthew Lillard also in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 with McKenna Grace. All these fucking people are just in the same couple movies. It's wild stuff. I saw Matthew Lillard and immediately said, like, Zoink Scoob, it's Matthew Lillard! Alright, that's horse. Stu says he's been biding his time and he's ready for revenge. Everything's gonna burn down. Starting with her daughter, Tatum. This instantly throws her into Mama Bear mode. She gets in the car, drives over to the school, informs her husband that Ghostface is here. She gets into the theater, pulls out her trusty Glock, and completely misses Ghostface. Dude didn't even know she was over there. She had a clean shot. Not a good look for our final girl. Final woman. I mean, most of them are final grandmas at this point. Jamie Lee Curtis, Sigourney Weaver. How old is Neve Campbell? Yeah, I suppose Neve Campbell, she's 52. I mean, she still looks great. She's aging like fine wine. After not thwarting Ghostface, they head back to their house where her husband has set up a perimeter. Cops have swept the place, and she tells Tatum, we're getting the hell out of Dodge. It's time to start a new life. I've seen this movie before. I know how this plays out. Everyone you know is gonna die. Tatum's pissed. She's like, but I have a boyfriend here. Not really concerned that one of her best friends just died. Actually, I think 2 people died. Whatever, there's no time to cry over spilled milk. She wants to say goodbye at least to her closeted boyfriend. After the cops spend 5 seconds sweeping the place and not checking the attic, they walk out. And guess who's hiding in the attic? Yeah, it was Ghostface. He was up there. Or she was up there. We'll find out if it's a girl or a boy. Or both. Or neither. Maybe it was AI the whole time. Anyway, let's keep going. Ghostface plops down silently, must have wrestling shoes on, from the attic, skulks around the rooms. Not a very good hider though. Quickly the family realizes he's in the house. A little hand-to-hand takes place. Mikhail does his best, gets off a good right hook, but Ghostface eventually throws his ass down the stairs and then chases after the 2 gals, who run into a fucking panic room they have in the house. Smart. That actually makes sense. I watched this movie with my buddy. I turned to him and I said, holy shit, are we changing things up this time? Are we gonna do a good old-fashioned Jodie Foster panic room? Where the rest of the film, Ghostface is gonna have to figure out how to get in. Maybe he picks up Joel McHale, starts stabbing him in the stomach if they don't come out. Like, there's a lot of potential. No, they're gonna leave it immediately. The first thing they do when they go in the panic room is she says, all right, there's a secret exit around the back. What? What? I'm not sure if Sidney Prescott's aware or not, but a panic room is for you to hide inside because no one can get in. And typically with a panic room, and by typically I mean every time, there is a button you push. An emergency goes out to the cops, or there's a phone in there you can dial out. I guess she opted not to get that in the package. All right, Sydney, we got the panic room set up. Impenetrable by man. We have your phone package in there. We have. Nah, I don't want that. I'm sorry. You don't want what? Phone? Yeah. No. I don't. No. Instead of a phone, could you make it so that there's an emergency exit, and in order to get to it, we have to side shuffle on a ledge like we're in a Tomb Raider video game? That would be ideal. Why would edge like we're in a Tomb Raider video game? That would be ideal. Why would you want to... Wait, you want to shuffle between the 2x4 framework of your house instead of us making a tunnel or a hallway for you to walk down? Yeah, I think that would be ideal. That way, if I'm in a movie, the killer can take his knife and stab it through the walls at us and potentially slice our stomachs out. Wow, okay, odd request, but we'll see what we can do. And guess what? That's what they do. This is a cool, fun scene to watch, but it's surrounded by such nonsense, it's really hard to appreciate it. Because, you have the girls slowly creeping by, and the killer's on the other side. Whoosh! Whoosh! He even gets a fire poker at one point. Whoosh! Whoosh! And starts stabbing it through. She gets cut up on the arm a little bit. It's alright. It's an alright scene. Again, though, wrapped around such stupidity. The ladies do eventually make it out, get around the side, and that's where they're going to meet up with the husband again. My God, I'm so lost as to when this happens. I think this is the part already where Ghostface gets ran over like he's that poor kid in Halloween 2. Gale, out of nowhere, shot out of a fucking cannon, rolls over this dude. She made a wild assumption. assumption that he was the killer and not just some kid dressed up to mess with him. But yeah, she runs his ass over, and out pops her two proteges, Mindy Meeks Martin and her brother Chad. They're back. We got them. We got them in this one. I don't know if there's a single person that likes these two, but that might be good news if you don't, because this time they're playing completely different characters. If you thought they were too serious in the last couple movies and seemed like real people, good news, they're characters now. They're cartoon characters now. It's just good to know that the 85 stab wounds Mark received in the last movie have completely healed. Seems to be no problems with him at all. Gale, on the other hand, outside of the face reconstruction, seems to have a little bit of a twitch, some nerve damage in one of her hands. It's just brave that she's out here still doing this. What she is doing? Unclear. I think she's back to being a reporter, and she's showing the new generation the ropes. Because after the death of Dewey, she was completely lost and needed to find something to focus on again. They do unmask this murderer and find out the ghost face is a guy that Sydney served coffee to earlier in her shop. Is it possible she gave him the wrong order and he was pissed off because freaking lattes are like $7 now? Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's honest. No, it's actually because he escaped from a mental institution, and that's going to lead them on a trail that'll take them into the deep underbelly of this small town where they're going to get some crazy, shocking reveals. By crazy and shocking, I mean super lame and stupid. But before that happens, the town has to be put on lockdown. Cops are going to be everywhere, monitoring the stores, monitoring the roads. No, I'm joking. There's no cops for the rest of this film, ever. Sydney and Gale are going to go on a road trip to this institution to find out what this guy's all about, why he went after their family, because we always know there's more than one ghost face. Meanwhile, Tatum and her friends are going to meet secretly at a bar at night when they're supposed to be home with the two idiots from New York, the brother-sister combo, and they're going to attempt to Scooby-Doo this shit once and for all. Tatum is under the assumption that one of her friends, possibly the boyfriend, possibly the sketchy neighbor kid who's really into the stab movies, is a potential ghost face. Sydney and Gale learn very little going to the mental institution, other than the orderly working there seem to be very fond of this killer. I think his name is Marco. The other one should have been named Polo. Missed opportunity, if you ask me. Here's where the movie really starts to go off the rails. Ghostface shows up at the bar where the teens are hanging out. He then goes on a rampage, picking them off one by one. The brother-sister combo from the last couple movies, they fight him for a second before they each get a convenient slash, making them fall down. The killer, Ghostface, doesn't finish the job with them, just leaves them. Because God forbid we kill off any main characters like this is the Stranger Things finale. Instead, he's going to violently take out the others. The best kill of the movie definitely coming from the sketchy neighbor boy, who Ghostface picks up and smashes his head through a beer tap. The other chick from Madam Pepsi Webb is crawling along the bar. Ghostface just slides her like she's a drunk getting thrown out for the night. She dies really lame. Gets a bunch of glass in her hand and face. That's it. Just a terrible death. It's at this point Tatum and her boyfriend flee the bar. She gets into his car, and this is the funniest shit ever. He has a laptop half closed so you can see what's on the screen. She sees her boyfriend in front of a green screen, and then she sees the end result deepfake of Stu Macher on the other window. He explains to her in the sketchiest way possible that he was attempting to try out the deepfake AI technology to see if it was possible to recreate Stu Macher using his own likeness. And it turns out, yeah, it is possible. She doesn't believe him, takes the computer, smashes it across his dumbass face, and gets the hell out of there. Who the fuck is editing a video on their laptop in their car and then sets it in the middle, half open? This is such a stupid way to get her away from him. But not as stupid as how they get Sydney away from Gale. Sydney has decided she needs to draw Stu out. Gale takes her to the local news station. They fire up the cameras. Nev gives a little sad spiel about how she wants to protect her family and he should stop being a coward, but then finds out he's already going after her daughter at the local bar. She attempts to contact her husband, but he's already dead to rights, because earlier in all these tarps again everywhere, and he notices the toolbox has fallen to the ground. Must have been the wind, he thinks. He slowly picks them up, shuts the garage door, when Ghostface peekaboos his ass. Surprise, motherfucker! Wraps him in a tarp. Ice picks his ass like 1,000 times, falls to the ground, presumably dead. I say presumably because this is a Scream movie. No one's ever really dead. Anyway, Sydney sprints out of the radio station, but forgot her keys inside. I don't have my keys, or I don't know what she did with them. I honestly don't know what the hell happened there. So instead of turning around, going back in, she decides, in her infinite wisdom, that it would be smarter to just do this bitch on foot. So she's like jogging all the way through town. Tatum! Today, Junior! Oh, hey, sweetie, are you okay? Mommy's on her way on foot because I'm a dumbass and didn't turn around to go get the keys or tell Gail to drive me. Tatum, on foot, is now being chased by Ghostface. She runs around like a chicken with her head cut off before heading to their local coffee shop. Puts the code, gets inside, locks it behind her. I think she's safe. No. Ghostface gets in. Knows the code somehow. That's odd. I actually don't know how Ghostface does know the code, even when I find out who the killer is. Anyway, Sydney is way too far away to help her daughter, so she's gonna walk her through, like Morpheus to Neo, over the phone as to what to do next. Sweetie, baby, honey, pumpkin spice, there is a gun in the safe. Get the gun, take off the safety, point and shoot that piece of shit. Eventually, Tatum is able to fire off a couple rounds through the wall, takes out Ghostface, then scrambles out and is about to do the kill shot double tap in the face when it grabs her. And this is when we're going to go to our climax. And unfortunately, it is not the only way I can achieve climax because this whole end fiasco is just a shit show. Sydney is led back to her house because the killer says, your daughter is where the heart is. It's so clever. Sydney goes to her house, and she's going to see an entire PowerPoint presentation presented on the TVs, on the computers, on any sort of screen she has lying around. And as she's making her way from room to room, not only is she seeing Stu show up, giving her a hard time, but there are legacy characters from a bunch of the movies in there. Roseanne's sister Jackie makes an appearance. I think Jerry O'Connell was on there at one point. I don't know. Here's the deal. It is revealed it's all being done with AI. It's all bullshit. What I find to be troubling about this whole thing is that the AI apparently has aged up all of these people to how old they would be now, which makes no sense. If you're going to show the legacy character, wouldn't you be presenting them as the age they were? I understand aging up Matthew Lillard because you're trying to trick Sydney, but why would you age up all the other people in her life? The game has been given away at that point. She knows you're just fucking with her. So it's just bizarre. I don't like when a movie pretends it's using AI when it's not using AI. Kind of like how in, here's a random example, I don't like in The Illusionist, which was a fine movie with Edward Norton, he's supposed to be doing a magic trick practically, but it's clearly being done with CG. I don't like when the movie presents one thing when it's clearly doing something else. Anyway, this movie's gonna close out how it opened in the original, with a loved one tied to a chair outside for our victim to have to try to save. Tatum's tied up out back, hot. Sydney goes outside, my daughter, don't hurt my daughter! And this is when it turns into a full-blown comedy, when one of the ghost faces, yes, there are two more, so there was a total of Trey, heads into the garage and pulls the tarp with the husband out, still alive somehow, covered in blood. Just been sitting there rotting all day. Hey guys! station, and the third guy that got ran over by Gale was another dude at the mental institution that was like, yeah, I'm on board, let's fuck some stuff up. Keep in mind, Gale, MIA. When she found out Sydney took off from the radio station, she never once thought to hop in her car and pick her ass up. She just stayed there. It's like when you leave an area of a video game and the NPCs are clearly just, T-posing, or they're just stock, they have nothing to do anymore, or they cease to exist. I imagine that's what happened to Courtney Cox. She's just frozen in time with nothing to do. Anyway, the dad has, I think, a knife in his pocket or something, and he starts to quietly cut the tape holding Tatum's legs together. He's able to do this because Jessica, like all soccer moms, won't shut the fuck up. She's going on and on in a villain monologue as they do, and he's able to free Tatum, who breaks out of her chair, pushes one of them, Sydney shoots the guy like 4 times, and then they have a final standoff confrontation in the tarped up garage area of the house. Confrontation, short of course for confrontation, where they both dual shoot Jessica 1,000 times. Awesome. And it's at this point I ripped off my shirt in the theater, stood up and yelled out, "Strong female leads!" And for the Scream franchise, quite frankly, it's about time. I know that's every Scream movie. As an aside, I brought this up in my regular review, but I think it's hilarious that she named her daughter Tatum after her dumbass friend who's killed by a garage door in the first film. Oh, Tatum was the best. She was kind of a ditzy airhead skank, but yeah, we were best of friends. I definitely want to remember her. Killed by a garage door, so that's why I named you after her. Fond memories. The ending, though, is the funniest part. I was really holding back laughter with my buddy because the husband, who's dying on the ground and has been all day, I don't even know how he's alive. They eventually get an ambulance there to take him away. He's in the ambulance. He slowly inches his head up. The wife sees him like, great. And then she goes to the stoop and has a conversation with her daughter. What world are we living in where if your significant other was stabbed almost to death, he's rushed away via an ambulance, you're not going to speed off after him? Yeah, they're just going to sit down for a nice little powwow. And then they eventually say, "Let's go get your dad," as they slowly saunter down the drive. We're best friends now. We killed someone together. That's how you get close with your kids. Gale eventually shows up one more time with those jugheads from New York. They're fine. They just have a couple stab wounds. They did nothing in this movie. They brought nothing to the table. And yeah, I guess we'll see more of their misadventures in Scream 8, Scream 9, and Scream 10, or however many more they run this franchise into the ground for. And there you have it. What a disappointment. A massive waste of your legacy character, Sidney Prescott, who's just a dud throughout this film. I saw some critics praising her performance. Why? She does nothing in this film outside of look slightly concerned once in a while. There's nothing great about this performance. And here's the hard truth, fam. Sidney Prescott has been lame forever. She was cute and emotional and fun to watch for a couple films, but we needed to move on a long time ago. So the fact that they brought her back now and the movie made a whole bunch of money opening weekend is going to give all the wrong signs to the studio. They're going to double down. They're going to do another Ghostbusters Afterlife 2 garbage, Frozen Tundra, or whatever that stupid thing was called, Frozen Empire. And I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more Prescott in the future. All right, let me know your thoughts on this movie. That's the recap as far as I can remember it. I'm sure I glossed over some important things, but it really doesn't matter. At the end of the day, this was a massive disappointment. I went in with no expectations. I was actually very excited because I thought they were going to do something different with this one. I thought maybe they were going to push some envelopes, but no. This was the safest, lame crap they could have come up with, and it's a shame. Let me know in a comment. Please think of subbing to the show. Adam Does Movies. Like the video for the engagement or whatever the hell the AI needs from you. Matthew Lillard's like the video, subscribe! And I'll see you next time. Take care. Thanks again for watching the video. I appreciate you making it to the ending almost as much as I appreciate these awesome Patreon supporters.
Our opinion and argument invalid, by the way. And he responded hilariously, saying, "Speak human language, you insect." Seriously, if you think you can attack gaming legends, especially using retarded Twitter GIFs, then go fuck yourself. And the same thing happened here, where some pronouns in bio, fake fan of comic books and Resident Evil attacked him, saying that, "I know you give harsh replies to people, but there's no need to be racist or homophobic." He responds again, calling them an insect because that's what they deserve. When was he ever homophobic or racist? You're just making shit up. People like that are just the most pathetic sacks of shit, and when you meet one of these bastards in real life, they usually just cry into your face and do nothing. So take all your accusations and insults and send them back to your gay buddies on Blue Sky. Resident Evil is clearly not for you when you can't respect the guys who made the original games. All of these people are fake fans who have no love for Resident Evil and need to take all of their bullshit and crawl back to whatever woke fucking retarded shithole they came from. So if you agreed with anything I said in this video and you're looking forward to this new game and have no time for assholes like that, then do let me know and maybe consider subscribing. And if any woke son of a bitch has a problem, I'll laugh in your face. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I'm playing it right now, and it's great. Let's get to the 2 reviews though.
Hey, let's get the verdict, baby. Let's get the verdict. Check this out. Look like a maniac.
Where Resident Evil Requiem's opening hours take place lies some of the most frightening encounters I've experienced in the series to date. With my headphones on and the lights off, the 9th mainline adventure in Capcom's long-running
Happen to be drinking a red smoothie.
to endure moments so palpably tense and prolonged, I discovered muscles to clench that I didn't previously know I had. Hours later, I was no longer holding my breath, but holding my fist in the air instead, as I gleefully mowed down masses of undead meat sacks like it was D-Day in World War Z.
Damn! Right in the back.
Survival horror stalwarts and action horror advocates.
Damn!
Sacks like it was D-Day in World War Z.
Damn! Right in the back.
Survival horror stalwarts and action horror advocates. Resident Evil Requiem runs the gore-soaked gamut from anxiety-inducing chills to trigger happy thrills.
Damn!
The result is yet another supremely hair-raising happy thrills.
Damn!
The result is yet another supremely hair-raising
Explode like a melon.
Despite the fact its most potent scares have all been delivered by the time it arrives at its more gloriously gung-ho second.
Damn! It's hitting everybody! He infecting everybody, man. With whatever that is.
2023's Alan Wake 2, Resident Evil Requiem initially focuses on a young FBI agent. In this case, series newcomer Grace Ashcroft, a fresh-faced analyst who's sent to investigate a series of mysterious deaths among the
Didn't think of that parallel
city, several
to Alan Wake
decades
2.
after the 1998 outbreak.
Alan Wake 2 was absolute garbage, though, so hopefully this is a lot different.
We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating.
Grace's flashlight-lit forensic search through the grimy insides of a shuttered hotel is ultimately short-lived, however, since she's soon ensnared by Victor Gideon, Requiem's main antagonist, whose menacing air, disgustingly disfigured face, and greasy goggles make him seem like some sort of steampunk Emperor Palpatine.
Damn, he choked her out? Yeah.
Victor traps Grace in the Bronx Hill
Palpatine.
Care Center, a Spencer Mansion-style labyrinth of locked doors crawling with all manner of flesh-eating freaks. But thankfully help is on the way in the form of uber-stylish series veteran Leon S. Kennedy. Survival horror's preeminent himbo has clearly seen
his hair flopping.
The strange bruising on his skin suggests he's battling some sort of affliction potentially related to T-virus exposure, while the shiny new Porsche he's driving implies he's also not immune to a midlife crisis. He's also not immune to a midlife crisis. But it's Grace who is the stand.
For all you men out there, and you know I found out that you can have several midlife crises. I've had 3. I've had 3. I actually had them all before I met Scarlo. Like, all before I got with Scarlo, which was around 2018. I had...
Get away!
All three of them before 2018.
And out here, Resident Evil characters have historically exhibited an overly campy quality that's injected a large dose of goofiness amidst the gore. But for my money, this inexperienced FBI agent is by far the most relatably human heroine the series has ever had. Her evolution from being perpetually on the brink of a panic attack to becoming self-assured enough to fight back made for a journey that I found as captivating as it was consistently creepy. Requiem allows us to alternate control between Grace and Leon at specific story junctions over the course of its roughly 10-hour campaign. But it's the former whose predominantly stealth-based sections are undoubtedly the most fear-inducing. Underpowered and under constant threat from twisted stalker ghouls that are liable to descend from the rafters at any moment, Grace's efforts to escape from the terrors of Victor's hospital is a wonderfully stressful slab of unrelenting survival horror. There's precious little ammo to find, a miserly number of inventory slots to manage, and Grace moves at such a slow speed that it makes timing your careful crouch walk to avoid a prowling pack of zombies an exercise in pinpoint path making. Or for a moment, Grace's efforts to escape from the terrors of Victor's hospital is a wonderfully stressful slab of unrelenting survival horror. There's precious little ammo to find, a miserly number of inventory slots to manage, and Grace moves at such a slow speed that it makes timing your careful crouch walk to avoid a prowling pack of zombies an exercise in pinpoint path making. All the while you have to puzzle through a stimulating series of body part based rhythms.
I don't know about you, but the original, you could always see your character, and they didn't change it up until later, and it was like, I am much more.
All the while you have to puzzle through a stimulating series of body part based rhythms.
I don't know about you, but the original, you could always see your character, and they didn't change it up until later, and it was like, I am much more a fan of games, third person, or whatever other person, where you can see the character. I like that, so I've had people
Well, to be fair to them, you can switch it back to third person for both characters.
tell me that they like first person because they feel like they're the person. I can't feel that because I always feel like I'm in control of someone else. So, since I always feel like it, I'd rather be able to see the character. I want to see the badass that I am controlling. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so, yeah, I hear all of her stuff is first person. And all his stuff is third person. But maybe not. I don't know. Maybe you can switch with her, but if you can switch with her, that's what I'm going to do. But we'll see.
Riddles at elaborately locked doors, never really knowing when you're going to turn a corner and come face to flappy face with a grotesquely girthy golem that's urgently squeezing its way down the hallway towards you.
I chose a bad time to drink this movie.
I spent so much time trying to steer clear of the numerous considerable threats that on the occasions Grace was forced into a confrontations, the results really rattled me. When played in the default claustrophobic first-person perspective, her guns feel genuinely startling to fire, and the impact of every precious pistol shot is immense. Bullets tear the festering flesh off zombie faces, leaving eyeballs to dangle from their stems.
So can you switch?
Yeah. And blood spatter paints the walls and persists even when you backtrack through the area later on. The gallons of gore that covers the floor isn't just there for spectacle.
That rhymes they played
Since
game
Grace
bars.
is equipped with a handy blood collector that allows her to syringe up the infected plasma pooling around zombie
That's so
corpses
nasty.
and combine it with other tools to craft invaluable items like medkits and single-use hemolytic injectors. The latter can be jammed into the spine of an undead monster caught unaware, causing their entire body to swell up and explode in the most gloriously blood-soaked manner of stealth kill possible. But you can also use it to effectively dispose of a body you've dead previously. I found that to be a smart move in areas I knew I'd be revisiting, since Requiem zombies also have a terrifying tendency to reanimate and mutate when you least expect them to. Grace's quest only grows more intense as it takes her through the suffocating shadows of the hospital's basement and beyond, but moving through Requiem's danger-filled surroundings at a snail's pace didn't just keep my nerves on edge, it allowed me to observe and appreciate the efforts that Capcom has put into enhancing the eerie behavior of its undead army. These are no longer the groaning, foot-dragging mouth breathers encountered during the original Raccoon City outbreak. Instead, they retain traces of humanity that somehow makes them seem far more unsettling than the more animalistic werewolves in Resident Evil Village. Like the ones that idly flick light switches on and off like...
Man, watching these zombies, and did y'all just hear that? It's a bunch of snow falling off of my roof. Man, I was like, what the hell? Zombies can climb?
Or toddlers, or the others that wander around muttering and laughing to themselves before... Or toddlers, or the others that wander around muttering and laughing to themselves before suddenly collapsing to their knees to hungrily feast on the corpse of one of their fallen friends.
Oh.
Mr. Kennedy, we need to leave immediately. I don't know what's happening, some kind of mass hysteria.
While Grace's plight is a
Watch out, chick.
that had me second-guessing every shadow, the ominous sounds of silence are shattered by the roar of ferocious ultra-violence when you what are initially brief tension-breaking bursts,
good lord.
as everyone's favourite former RC attempts a not-so-subtle rescue mission. These levels of...
That is classic horror movie stuff. When a normal person would have run seeing that.
Fall to a third-person view to really show off the slaughter, and within minutes of his arrival, I'd slip comfortably back into Resident Evil 4 mode, nailing headshots and ending the undead with effortless
killing it.
Their whips. Interesting.
To my surprise, however, Requiem quickly pushes the insanity meter beyond Resident Evil 4 into dead-rising levels of delirium by allowing Leon to actually wield a chainsaw to carve through the zombie crowds. Leon's sections are up-tempo and gruesome to a degree that left me giddy, and almost every major zombie Leon dispatches is met with a delightfully deadpan dad joke. Where Grace must use the scarce amounts of scrap in her surroundings to make her own rapidly destructible knives, Leon is toting a powerful hatchet that can be easily maintained with an everlasting flint.
Perfect.
While Grace has to carefully count each round in her small handful of handguns, Leon enjoys an extensive bevy of teeth-rattling boomsticks from beefy shotguns to head-splitting sniper rifles. Plus, if Leon gets bored of his own weapons, he can use someone else's. After killing a zombie who drops a fire axe or lead pipe, he has the option to smoothly scoop it up and launch it at another enemy nearby, which is every bit as slick and satisfying as the similar sword-flinging feature of last year's Ghost of Yotei. Simply put, there's no off position on Leon's ass-kicking switch. And in addition to his surging slaughter of zombie hordes, it's also within Leon's levels that the bulk of Requiem's appropriately epic boss encounters take place. There are plenty of colossal clashes to be found here, from brand new behemoths to brilliantly reimagined threats from previous Resident Evil stories. And there isn't a single Del Largo-sized dud among them. I particularly loved how this hulking nasty subverted my expectations of how a Resident Evil boss fight should play out.
That's disgusting.
Sure, being tasked with blasting the glowing weak points that cover a marauding monster's torso is nothing new. That is, until you realise that while piercing each swollen blister does inflict damage to the beast, it also spews streams of infection onto the zombie underlings around him, instantly mutating them into brawnier forms of backup for you to contend with. Leon may be armed to the teeth, but that doesn't mean Requiem doesn't still find creative ways to ramp up the challenge. Playing as Leon is such a consistently violent delight that it's a little disappointing that the Mercenaries mode isn't a feature of Requiem after its welcome inclusion in 2021's Resident Evil Village.
I was wondering why I did that.
Capcom, you're going to give me a version of Leon who can violently split skulls with a hatchet and do a...
I noticed that I was watching this in 1440p and not 4K. So, yeah, come on.
Into a lumbering Leatherface impersonation with a swinging chainsaw, and you're not...
Probably not to switch it back. It's probably my internet connection, and it automatically started.
That happens to me too.
Impersonation with a swinging chainsaw, and you're not going to allow me to unleash him in a score-chasing time attack mode? Here's hoping it will be patched in as a post-launch addition, like the free update that Capcom eventually provided.
Because I was like, I didn't play it in the last one. Maybe I should play it in this one. And then he says, and then he doesn't come with it. Now, come on now, stop playing with it.
As much as I love Leon, though, I do wonder if perhaps his sections become a bit too dominant once Requiem settles into a more action-oriented groove in its second half, as the story moves beyond the grounds of Rhodes Hill and deep into what remains of Raccoon City. Let me be clear, Resident Evil 4 is my personal favourite installment in the series, so it certainly gave me a great deal of pleasure to once again wield a military-grade arsenal and pull off skull-shattering finishing moves as the series' hunkiest mutant murderer. But after playing almost exclusively as Leon through a roughly 5-hour stretch towards conclusion, I did find myself yearning for a few more tastes of Grace's superbly nerve-shredding stealth sections as a more regular change-up from Leon's comparatively scare-free carnage. That desire was eventually gratified to some extent by a terrifyingly taut late-game tiptoe through a facility crawling with some truly menacing monsters returning from the series' past. But given that the story ended soon afterwards, my overriding impression of Requiem that it was very much a game of two halves. The former predominantly a slow and steady scare-a-thon, and the latter largely a run-and-gun splatterfest.
Woo!
I very much enjoyed both flavours in their own right. I just wish for the sake of its pacing that they'd been blended together a touch more over the full course of the journey. Instead, Requiem is a bit like ordering a whiskey and coke and having it served in two separate glasses instead of being mixed into one. To be fair, Grace's absence from a significant stretch of Requiem is justified within the context of its story, and overall it's a tale that gripped me harder than a zombie nurse gnawing nose.
Ah, God! I knew! Ah!
Corporation and the ambitions of its founder.
God!
An excellent mix of zombie-riddled locations, both fresh and familiar to puzzle and pummel your way through, and plenty of vital notes to collect along the way. Some of these memos are crucial to understanding the intriguing mystery behind Grace's abduction and the truth about her past, while others are just genuinely funny gags to help ease the tension. After encountering a specific zombie type in one medical wing that was obnoxiously singing at the top of her lungs, I got a good laugh out of uncovering a doctor's report that had diagnosed her with main character syndrome. There's also one particularly iconic location that Leon explores that I'm reluctant to spoil here.
Okay.
But it's jam-packed with fun Easter eggs that made it a real thrill to revisit, as someone who's been enjoying Resident Evil adventures ever since the T-Virus made its first outbreak on a black-bottom CD for the original PlayStation.
Stop it! Don't open that door!
But Chris
Ever since the T-Virus made its first outbreak on a black-bottom CD for the original, packed with fun Easter eggs that made it a real thrill to revisit, as someone who's been enjoying Resident Evil, the iconic location that Leon explores that I'm reluctant to spoil here. But it's jam-packed with fun Easter eggs that made it a real thrill to revisit, as someone who's been enjoying Resident Evil adventures ever since the T-Virus made its first outbreak on a black-bottom CD for the original PlayStation.
Stop it! Don't open that door!
But Chris
experiment conducted in an underground Umbrella Corporation lab, Resident Evil Requiem successfully splices two separate strains of survival horror together into the one.
Oh, God!
It signals the return of a series legend and the arrival of a likable new lead, amps up the gore to a new stomach-turning standard, and unleashes a scarier breed of zombie alongside some truly beastly boss fights. The lack of any meaningful side content like the Mercenaries mode is a touch disappointing, and I do wonder if a slightly more consistent balance could have been struck with the ebb and flow from jaw-clenching moments of tension to all-out assault, rather than front-loading the story with frights before giving way to a more bullet-riddled back half. Even so, from my first...
Well, there it is again.
or bullet-riddled back half. Even so, from my first trembling steps into its shadows all the way to the tremendous Titan-sized takedown at its climax, Resident Evil Requiem kept me completely absorbed and consistently entertained, whether it was all hair-raising or guns blazing. For more IGN reviews, check out our verdicts on God of War Sons of Sparta and Reanimal. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Alright. Well, I already bought mine anyway, so yeah. I gotta make sure it's all pre-downloaded and ready to go, and I will be ready to play.
I did the same thing.
And my sleep has been off lately, so I've been staying up late.
Mine too. Same here.
So I'll probably be starting it at 12. If I don't get tired, I mean, you never know. My body might recalibrate, and I might fall asleep at a normal time. But if I don't, I'm gonna be up playing at 12 a.m. 10 minutes.
I may not be tall, but I have played every Resident Evil game. Well, mostly. I've played pretty much every unique Resident Evil game. I played them all back to back over the course of like a month and a half for the sake of tier listing every Resident Evil game in the franchise, getting prepared for Resident Evil Requiem, which I just now finished. So naturally the question on everyone's mind, Charles, how big can you smile? And now with that question answered, next, you're probably wondering, was the game good? Yes. Yes, it was. And after having played through nearly every Resident Evil game ever made, I feel like I can confidently say I know ball. I feel like I know Resident Evil like Elon Musk knows ketamine. So when I say what I'm about to say here, just know, this means something, man. I think Resident Evil Requiem is a top 5 Resident Evil game.
It is.
I'm saying it. I'm putting it out there in the open. You can't take it back. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It is an incredible game, actually. And what I find extremely impressive is that this franchise has been around for nearly 3 decades, and yet they are still able to make new games in this franchise that feel fresh and fun. Like, you would expect a franchise that has this many games, like 30-something unique games and like 100-something like ports and fucking Zeebo shit and whatever else they have for Resident Evil, like Java games and all that, you would expect by now it to be beyond milked dry. Just no meat left on the bones, them titties, them melons, vanquished, devoid of substance. Yet somehow with Resident Evil they are still producing very high quality games. They had a very bumpy road there for a little while, like a rough patch around Resident Evil 6. Good heavens. Trust me, I know they really stunk it up there for a while. But once RE7 rolled around, that was literally the fucking cure to the T-virus that was the Resident Evil 6 fucking plague that basically ruined the franchise there for a little while. 7 pioneered a new breath of life into this franchise, which was the first-person horror intense stakes. And then they built upon it. And Resident Evil Requiem marries that gameplay with the iconic, timeless, classic gameplay of the action-oriented Resident Evil 4 formula. It takes both of these elements, builds upon them, and makes something very special here with Requiem. So you play as 2 characters, Grace Ashcroft, who actually is the daughter of a character from Resident Evil Outbreak, which is super hype, because Outbreak, I think, was a very innovative title for its time that is still very fun to play, even though it's quite janky. And her gameplay is Resident Evil 7 style. It's very horror focused, it's slower paced, you're not juiced to the gills with ammo, you have to use stealth, you have to struggle, it's very intense. Then you also play as Leon in Requiem, And it's just like in RE4 where it is cheesy, over-the-top action. And these two flow back and forth. And for some people it won't like flow seamlessly because you do go from like survival horror over here to action horror over here, like right back to back. Because you flip-flop between the two of them. So for some people that might be jarring and not super smooth and feel like tonal whiplash, but for me, I loved it. Because I love Resident Evil 7 and I love Resident Evil 4. 7 is actually my second favorite Resident Evil game. Resident Evil 4 OG is my third favorite game. My first favorite is OG Resident Evil 3. There's not a whole lot of OG Resident Evil 3 DNA in here, outside of a little something at the end of the game. I won't spoil it. But anyway, I really think the game is great. I think the story is super strong too. I've seen some people criticize the writing, and I do get it in certain instances. You could say like, writing got a little wacky here and there, but I actually think it's really strong. And it's one of those things that didn't just rely on nostalgia baiting, like, here comes a beloved character from the franchise riding in on a fucking unicorn to save the day out of nowhere. And then, do you remember this? Well, good news, it's back. And do you remember that? Yeah, it's back too. But what about this? Do you remember this from old Resident Evil? Also back. And just like shoehorning all these cameos in there for the sake of fan service. It doesn't do that. It stands on its own two legs. And yes, there are some returning characters and some things from previous Resident Evil games in here, but they flow really well into the story that they create. The story revolves around Grace. She is investigating a I'm actually avoiding spoilers for this review, which is something I don't do often, but I really, really enjoyed Requiem, and I want to show it some respect here without just spoiling things, and also anyone that's watching this that wants to know my thoughts on it without like having everything ruined for them. This is me avoiding spoilers. It follows Grace after an investigation, gets all cattywampus, and she runs into a real oddball named Victor Gideon. Victor Gideon kidnaps her, Leon gets brought into the fold, and he finds himself needing to make a journey all the way back to Raccoon City, where it all began for Leon Kennedy. And also, why are they so interested in Grace? Why did she get kidnapped? What the fuck is going on? That's the broad strokes of it. Now, Grace is a new character, and she's actually a really good character, I'm happy to say. Also, huge shout out to her voice actress. The voice actress that played Grace did an unbelievable job. The way she was able to convey terror and panic in her performance for this character was extremely realistic, and it really helped elevate things. So even though I will admit there were times where the writing got a little off the mark and felt a bit off, her performance was still able to sell it to the point where it wasn't like jarring and make you go, ooh, yuck, that was trash. It's just more like, that felt a little weird, but, the performance helped salvage some of those moments. And that's across the board. Pretty much everyone gives a really good performance in this game, and I think that really helps in that regard. But like I said, I do think the writing is solid. I think they do a good job with Grace. I think she is a well-written character. I think some people might be annoyed by her because she has like anxiety, so maybe some people might find her to be like maybe a little too timid or, not confident enough for a Resident Evil game where you follow characters like fucking Leon Kennedy, who's a superhuman, hanging hog, blowing zombies' heads off, fucking ripping their nipples off and beating them to death with them. Like, she is very different as a protagonist compared to them, but she's not like the full protagonist because, like I said, you split evenly with Leon. It is like a very even split with Grace gameplay and Leon gameplay. It's very nice. You feel like you get a ton of both. But anyway, what I'm saying is I think Grace is a good character. They do a good job with her. Now let's talk about the gameplay. Pretty much exactly what you're expecting if you played Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 2 Remake. You get that kind of gameplay. You get all of that in one package here. So when you're playing Grace, you're going to be using stealth. You're going to be needing to be more mindful of what encounters you take, going loud, using your ammo, versus which ones you use a little stealth kill with, which aren't free, by the way. You can't just stealth kill things for free as Grace. You have to make something which is a little vial that you stab into them and they blow up like you just planted dynamite in their body. So those cost resources, and the way that Grace crafts, I thought was very creative. You get a blood collector, you collect blood from killed enemies, or even sometimes like blood from enemies that had already previously been killed, or even buckets of blood in the world, and you will fill up that blood holder that apparatus, and then you will combine that with, you know, an herb if you want to make a med injector for heals, or you'll combine it with, you know, some scrap if you want to make ammo for your handgun, or if you want to make that, you know, one-time use insta-kill stealth jab. So her gameplay is very similar to Resident Evil 7's gameplay, but you have even less tools at your disposal to fight the zombies with. You only have 2 guns. You have a pistol, and then you have Requiem, the big iron, the fucking big tuna. Outside of that, that's all you have to use to beat the enemies around you, which is why you need to be a little smarter about it and also be slower about it. Now, Leon's gameplay is exactly what you're expecting it to be if you've played Resident Evil 4. It's bombastic, it's over the top, it's high octane, you're killing hundreds of zombies, and there's a really cool change they made to how you upgrade your weapons with Leon. So this time around, they reward you for being aggressive. So you get a tracker that when you kill a zombie gives you credits on your tracker that you then spend to get ammo or upgrades for your weapons, that kind of thing. So it incentivizes you to fucking annihilate everything that's around you. Leave no survivors. So, which is a really fun thing to do. It gives you plenty of resources to do it as well. It gives you a lot of fun guns to play with, even though I do think the guns are a little underwhelming. Like, they don't have the same kind of character that I feel they used to have. Like, I remember playing through Resident Evil 4 OG, you'd have chat be like, I'm fucking team Red 9, no, Red 9's trash, and you'd actually have like a debate about what guns are the most fun to use. Here, every gun feels just very generic, very samey, like they don't have like a unique identity to them or anything this time around. I don't think there's going to be like really passionate, fucking W870 shotgun fans or something, right? I could be wrong, but for me, it felt like the guns were just very standard. I guess I would have liked to see a little bit more there. But it's not the biggest deal in the world because they are still fun to use and you get plenty of opportunities to use them and kill zombies. His gameplay, I think, is great, and I really like that new system they did with tracking kills and rewarding you for killing things. Like previously in Resident Evil games, the optimal strategy sometimes would boil down to kneecapping, kicking, and then running by to conserve ammo. Here, it's like, you can do that, you can be a pussy if you want, or you can kill all these zombies and get yourself a lot of money and basically max out your weapons really easily. Which I think is very cool. I think it's very fun. Now, something else that's been kind of core to the Resident Evil identity is puzzles. Resident Evil games have always had a lot of puzzles. There's not usually like a ton of brain busters or anything like that, but there are puzzles in there. Resident Evil Requiem doesn't really have that. It's much more in line with like your standard scavenger hunt style game where go over here, grab this to take back to something you passed at the very beginning of the level to open that door so you can go in there, grab that, and put it over there. Which again is very Resident Evil. That's in every RE game ever made. But there's never really like any puzzles to this anymore now in Requiem. There's only like 3 off the top of my head I can think of that are even remotely puzzles, but the solution is in a picture that's in the same room, so you just look at the picture and you see it. I guess it's not the biggest deal in the world, and maybe there's some people that even view that as a positive thing because it keeps the pacing like fucking cutthroat, like you're constantly moving and you never stop to have to solve a puzzle. But I don't know, I felt like it was kind of sad to not have to like solve puzzles to accomplish things. It's just literally going and fucking fetch questing shit and bringing it back and forth. But not the biggest deal in the world, but it is something that I think people will notice is absent. Another thing that I have like a small complaint on is there are a couple sections I think drag. The most notable one is a flashback sequence where you're playing as a child who's running and hiding from a lot of bad stuff that's going on around them. And it's like a cool sequence when it starts, but it goes on for quite a while, and there are times where you literally hide in one spot for like 2 straight minutes of nothing. So it feels like really slow, like unnecessarily long and drawn out. And there's a couple of moments like that, like a couple of places you go that feel like, okay, we've kind of been here long enough. Do I really need to get this many things in order to progress, or wait this long to progress? It does feel like it does have moments that are there to pad out time. And it's not that long of a game, and I know this has actually been a complaint from quite a few people because the price tag is $70. It's an expensive game. It has the big AAA price tag on it, and it's roughly like 12 hours long. It took me about 12 hours. Total like active playtime was 8 hours and something minutes. I played through on just standard modern, so it was pretty quick. I would also say this is the easiest Resident Evil game I've ever played. But again, it's about 12 hours long, and that was with me exploring a lot. I didn't just beeline everything. I read every fucking note. I found every single safe and opened every single one. Even got the achievement for it. I went out of my way to find pretty much every charm and every bobblehead, but I guess I missed a couple bobbleheads somewhere. I don't know where. I spent a lot of time exploring, and because I got really engrossed in the game, which speaks volumes to just how much it was able to draw me in. But it is about 12 hours for $70, and a lot of people say that that's way too short to justify that purchase. And I can understand that because $70 is expensive. That's a very expensive game. But I think this is 12 very, very solid hours. This does not have anything that, any huge blemishes. Like, it doesn't fall off a cliff anywhere along the way. Like, notably with Resident Evil 7, the whole boat section everyone hates, myself included. That section is by far the weakest, unfortunately. But, like, it doesn't have anything like that. This is 12 extremely solid, extremely fun hours. So for me, the $70 felt worth it. That felt fine to me. But for someone else, maybe 12 hours just really isn't enough. The replayability on this doesn't seem to be super huge. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of replayability outside of going back and doing like Insanity. So I don't know how many hours you can squeeze out of it for $70, but I personally feel like it was 12 extremely strong hours. It was a fucking heater from start to finish. So I thought it was a fine price tag for the experience I got. And now, speaking of the experience I got, apparently I got something nobody else in the world did. For some reason, I had a very weird bug where occasionally the game would stutter during a cutscene and then the audio would desync. So the cutscene would stutter and then it would play, but the audio would lag like 2 or 3 seconds behind. So you would be seeing the cutscene play out completely silent until the audio caught up to it. So everything was desynced from time to time. And the only way I could fix that was by restarting the game. And even when I like updated drivers, restarted my computer and everything in between streams, it still persisted. But apparently it's a bug that didn't happen to anybody else, and I can't even find anyone talking about that bug. So it seems like something that only happened to me for some reason. I don't really get why. So I guess I can't hold it against the game as like a bug that's native to it unless someone else out there is reporting it happening to them. So I can only speak to my experience. It was extremely annoying. That shit like would ruin cutscenes. It happened to me in the final cutscene, and I literally just restarted it, redid the boss fight, and just took it from the top because I wasn't going to let it ruin the finale. It was a very annoying bug. I don't understand why it was happening, but I couldn't fix it outside of just restarting the game. Though I don't think it is a bug you'll probably experience if you try the game. It is something I wanted to make a mention of because that is by far the biggest headache I had when playing the game, and it looks like it might have somehow been my fault. There is also one other complaint I have, but it's a big spoiler. This is your big spoiler warning, big spoiler warning. Alright, now, this is one of the things I would talk about when it would come to being like writing decisions that I think were a little whack. There is a very cool new character they introduce in here named Zeno, and he is a Wesker clone. And he is super fucking badass. He is positioned for half the game as like the big bad, like this guy is serious business. And when you get to the end of the game, it's looking like you're about to have a huge fight with Zeno, and then he just gets one-tapped by Victor. Like just insta-killed by Victor. You don't fight Zeno. He just instantly gets his cheeks clapped. You can't fight Zeno. He's a fraud.
Spoiler alert if you choose the good ending.
And it was so deflating because I was really looking forward to seeing more of Zeno and actually getting to fight with him. But instead he just gets...
If you choose the good ending by releasing Opus.
It didn't even feel like a good subversion of your expectations or like a, ha, gotcha, he wasn't actually the big bad, it was this guy the whole time. It didn't even feel like that. It just felt like, that was kind of weak. Why would you do that? You've really hyped him up. You've shown some of his powers. It was looking like a really cool sequence that we just saw and what we were expecting to get, and now it's just not there. It just felt underwhelming to have him killed off like that. That really let me down, actually. And that's just one of a couple writing decisions that I do think were a little odd for as like a path that they chose to go. Not the biggest deal in the world, because overall I do still think the writing was extremely strong. And like I said, I genuinely believe this is a top 5 Resident Evil game. So I am a huge fan of Resident Evil Requiem. I think it is an incredible game. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya.
What is up, everybody?
Hey, how's it going?
We are here to give our initial thoughts of Resident Evil 9 Requiem after our first playthrough. So everything is still pretty fresh, but we had some time to think about it and kind of write some notes down, and this will be spoiler free, so no need to worry about deep story bits or character bits. We were just talking about the game in a non-spoiler way, so we can kind of give our initial thoughts of the game in the release weekend and the release window. And of course, we're going to be doing a podcast. It's going to be a lot more in-depth with what we're talking about. But
yeah, we might talk about small details, nothing major. For example, you know, if Resident Evil was known for having bananas and the banana wasn't shown in the trailers, and we say familiar bananas are making their way around, but we don't give details, we are considering that to be spoiler free. Just want to get that out there, just because the overall impressions is really hard to talk about with going completely spoiler free in terms of conceptually. But if it was not in the trailers, if it was not directly named or spoken about, we won't be giving any of those details away.
that is correct. So yeah, that's why this will also be a little bit shorter in length, because we're just trying to talk about this in a more like basic structure, because we're not trying to get so far into it. But it was overall, for myself and John, we did our first playthrough. You guys will be seeing that by tomorrow, and that's all getting ready. You'll see our first reactions to everything and all that stuff. It was a very fun experience.
Yes, and if you do watch the first reaction playthrough, do know that we were extremely tired because of outside of our control things that were happening in the background.
Yes.
So it might seem like we're dead inside. It might seem like we're not enjoying it until certain parts, but I think I speak for both of us because we had a conversation afterwards. Nearly the entire game was just amazing.
I just had a great time.
Good ride.
Yeah, such a good ride, and like peeling back the layers each chapter, just seeing what's behind every door, literally. There's just so much to take in, and I think the fact that we did it the way we did it, even though we got it really late in the AM, and then we took a little break, came back, and just got it done, but we took our time. You know, maybe only missed like 5 or 6 files.
We missed 6 files, and I think 3 or 4 misdirected.
Yeah, so this game is layered. There's, it took us about 12 and a half hours, 17 hours in real time. That's with retries and reloads and stuff like that, because we had to, redo some sections and stuff like that. We played on Standard Classic, which is essentially the hardcore mode of this game in a way, because you use ink ribbons to save with grace. Leon uses auto-saving. But let's get right into it, man. Let's get into the gameplay, the nitty-gritty of the gameplay, the dynamic between horror and action between Grace and Leon.
Just one more thing before we get there. Before we start talking about the details, which you'll go first and then I'll follow you. I do want to say, I want to preface it right here. This is our initial thought of the base game. That means if DLC content comes out, or if updates come out, or if anything like that. This shouldn't need to be said, but it's going to be said because we still get comments sometimes that are like, just wait for the DLC, your opinion might change. No shit, right? This is just for the base experience base game, not deluxe content even. We don't even have the deluxe content in this playthrough.
No.
So we don't have any of the extra stuff in the deluxe edition. It was just the base game. DLC opinions and our final opinion pending. And that video will come out. So, once the DLC is announced, if there is DLC even, maybe
well,
there
that's
won't
the thing, too. We're talking about this as if it is. I mean, they typically do, but it might be another 6 to 8 months. So we still have to give our thoughts on what this game is as it stands.
Exactly. So we're going to do this. We're going to do the review show. And then the very final verdict, which is probably what we'll call it, the Requiem final verdict. That final show won't be until we have everything, obviously. When it's gold edition and all that.
Yeah.
So with that being said, let's jump right into it, Anthony.
Yeah. Let's get into the gameplay. The different dynamics between horror and action were talked about leading up to this, with Grace being the Resident Evil 2 RE7 kind of slower burn horror, and Leon being the more RE4 remake action, if not even more action, in this version of Leon, I guess, seeing this. I thought the gameplay back and forth between these two characters and the sections that they were given was very well done. I think I enjoyed having this blend of going back and forth between characters. I didn't mind it. There was like a little bits where I'm like, okay, maybe some section could have ping-ponged off another section a little bit better with pacing, but it wasn't an overall issue with pacing. The gameplay itself, the crafting system with Grace, the different weapons you get with Grace, the minimalistic approach, I did enjoy going back to that in a mainline game, and then having that, they talked about the tension and then the release between going to Grace and then going to Leon and then taking out enemies a lot more efficiently. I think that the Leon sections were also very well done. The gunplay was awesome. The upgrading was awesome. The melee attacks, the hatchet, the tomahawk, whatever you want to call it. It was just a fun way to experience this game. I think some people might prefer one character over the other, or having it two different scenarios, depending on how you feel about it. But I think that I was looking forward to each gameplay section each time. There wasn't a time that I went to a character and I was like, man, I wish I was playing Leon right now, or man, I wish I was playing Grace. It was like a balance of man, I can't wait to jump back to this character. Okay, I can't wait to jump back to this to get this side of the story. And I thought the direction was great between these two characters. How did you feel about the characters in this game, or I'm sorry, the gameplay elements in this game with jumping between the two characters?
So I think that this really feels like the greatest hits version of Resident Evil. It feels like 2, it feels like 7, it feels like 4, it feels like 6 even in some ways.
Absolutely.
This won't make sense until you play it. It even feels a little bit like Operation Raccoon City. And with all of that in mind, with all of that being put together, it shouldn't work, but it does. And I think that's really impressive. I also, like you, I agree with 95% of what you said.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I will say for me is some of the gameplay mechanics did feel a little overpromised. I never felt when we were switching characters that what I did with one character impacted the other character at all.
I would agree with that at least. Because there wasn't instead of just there's a thing that Leon can only
open. There's a barrel or something.
There's a barrel, but it wasn't really the enemies obviously that you leave behind, you have to fight with the other character if you don't take care of them, sure, but they didn't really impact each other's story, or I'm sorry, not story, but they didn't impact each other's gameplay elements that much. I do agree with that.
I never remember a time where there was a barrel for Grace that I didn't shoot and then Leon used. And some of that stuff was talked about
leading into this
in the gameplay breakdowns and stuff like that. So the showcase, that is something I think that they could have improved upon a little bit. There's also some gameplay mechanics that are just, with time, I'll know how I feel about. But initially off the bat, Leon's assassinations or finishers, I have no idea how to trigger them. I think
be random.
We got a couple. And I remember after about maybe a third of the way through the game, I don't think we saw another one.
And you're talking about the quick shots.
The quick shots where he's
he shoots underneath the chin.
We never got the shotgun thing.
Never got the shotty in the mouth. No,
none of that stuff. And I almost feel like,
now granted, this is off of one playthrough.
I almost feel like that stuff will become more apparent and more easier to trigger in New Game Plus, or when you understand how it works. Maybe you're supposed to not aim and you just push the shoot button when you're close to them and they're low on health. That could be how it triggers.
Yeah.
We are trained to keep our distance, fight from a distance, do the very Resident Evil thing, and then move in for melee. So maybe you have to
That's
be
what I
up
usually do.
personal to trigger them, which would make sense. But we never got the Requiem assassination. We never got the shotgun assassination. We got the pistol assassination one time, maybe twice.
In the care center, I think.
No, I actually pulled it off in the street at the beginning of the game, and I never saw it after that. You got the chainsaw assassination.
Yes.
We got that a couple times as well. So it's like we didn't really get, that was in the care center and at a part in Raccoon City later on that we won't talk about. But it just felt really strange. Now, one thing that I will say, I love the enemy variety in this game. The enemy variety in this game is not so plentiful that it would be anything I think to write home about, but there is enough unique engagement in the game to keep you entertained.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed it.
I love the zombies personalities. I love the different versions of zombies that we got. I love, just all the layers of old and new, and just like, they really fit the vibe with this game, with the enemies, and I definitely like the enemies in this over 7 and 8, I can say. Over the molded enemies and the lichens. This is my favorite in recent years in a mainline Resident Evil game.
Yeah.
As far as enemies, like absolutely.
Yeah.
Boss fights, everything in between.
And with Grace specifically, so I want to go over some things about Grace and Leon that I felt, and then we'll move on. For Grace specifically, her upgrade system is interesting, but I also feel like it's kind of tacked on, because you find the antique coins. We knew you could upgrade it in the parlor. This is not spoiler. They talked about it in the trailers and stuff.
Yeah.
And they break in the gameplay sessions and stuff like that. In the preview even. So the parlor is your upgrade window. The parlor,
it kind of just disappears
it's
after
really
the care
just
center.
the first third of the game, and then you don't have an upgrade system for Grace after the first part of the game.
Yeah, it's literally just
so
in the
if
care
you
center.
don't do it,
that's great. That's how Grace is.
That's it
for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, they did kind of treat it like, I don't remember, and this could be something because we did get all of the coins. So this could be something that we have to like look at and see, but I never saw a spot in Grace's gameplay later on where she could purchase them still. And there also was no antique coins
later
after the Chronic Care Center. So that felt a little bit strange. Similar to Leon, where Leon cannot upgrade anything until after the Chronic Care Center. So it's like you're upgrading Grace in the first third of the game and then Leon in the second 2/3 of the game.
Yeah.
And that felt a little strange. Now you can craft some upgrades as well with Grace.
You can.
So you can upgrade yourself. You don't have to use the antique coins. And that it harkens back to when I said it feels like the greatest hits. It feels like you get a little taste of everything that worked. A 7 upgrade system was fine. You get a taste of everything that worked throughout the course of the history of the series, but you don't get anything really through the entire game, except for Leon's parry mechanic.
Yeah, and some stuff kind of opens up as you get through, and then you're like, why is this now like a feature that's kind of wasn't here the whole time? There's little things like that, but I guess the whole greatest hits thing is kind of accurate because you're getting that slower kind of, you have to find your weapon parts, you have to find this or find that with Grace, and then Leon, it's like it just in the care center they kind of kept it more contained, and then after that section it kind of opens up a little bit for Leon specifically, and then Grace's upgrades are kind of just forgotten about, but I think at least you could see the difference in the power when you upgrade, and there is a difference in that, so that's good at least for both characters.
Yeah, and I'm not retreading any ground Anthony already talked about, just so you guys know. I do agree, it's fun. Leon's sections are way more fun. They're so much more fun.
I still like Grace sections.
But the Grace sections are still fun.
Yeah.
It's not that Leon's sessions are fun because I'm finally excited to be out of Grace's.
Mm-hmm.
I actually, like you said, enjoyed both of them to the fullest.
Okay.
I didn't have any problem with them. Last thing about gameplay, I think I will say is, please reduce the camera wobble if you're going to play the game. The first person is extremely disorienting at first, but if you reduce the camera wobble to 5, it feels like 7 in Village where like I don't get dizzy.
Yeah, it feels a lot.
And
better.
I don't get dizzy.
Right.
Like I can play VR and be fine. I really don't experience those things. Something about the camera shake got me.
Yeah, the default settings of the camera shake are very odd. Now, we did play in the recommended settings, which is first person with Grace and third person with Leon for our first playthrough. You guys will see that in the video when it's uploaded. But I thought they also did that very well, besides what you just said, adjusting settings.
Yeah.
I like the first person. I like the third person.
I like them both.
They feel great. We're obviously going to play this game a few more times and mess around with the perspectives for each characters, but they did a fantastic job with the seamless switching. This is the best it's ever felt, the best they've ever done it, and keep doing it going forward, I think.
Yeah, I do too. There was one issue that we should address.
Oh, the clipping animations, right?
The clipping animations.
I thought you were going to go there.
Yeah, I was going to go more. I mean, game has to game. I'm not going to harp on the clipping, but disorientation when you're in first person and you get grabbed, and then like the camera goes to third person and then back to first person, and you're all turned around. This happened to Anthony quite a few times, actually.
It did.
When we were trying to run past things, we were low on resources or whatever with Grace. Anthony would get grabbed. This happened to me. I remember at one specific point, it happened to me. Then I saw it happen to you twice, and I was conscious of it. But it happened to you in an area of the Chronic Care Center where there is a puzzle, and the hallways are very dark. We got a glimpse of this in the trailer. It looks like the prison area.
Yeah.
It happened to Anthony one time where he got grabbed and
completely turned around,
and he was running the wrong way. And I couldn't say anything because I didn't know he was running the wrong way.
We both thought we were running the right direction.
Yeah, so just be conscious of that if you are playing in first person. It's probably a good idea not to get grabbed. I mean, that's probably a good idea not to get grabbed anyway. But other than that minor thing, both versions of the game handle and play extremely well.
Absolutely.
On subsequent playthroughs, I will play it in first person all the way and third person all the way, but I have a feeling I'm going to play in third person all the way upon revisits in the future.
Agreed, because that's kind of our preferred, besides, the OG old school fixed camera angles, we usually prefer over the shoulder third person on this channel. Now, we did play it on a base PS5. It ran great. There was some frame dips later in the game, but it was nothing that was too distracting. And
I really only remember one.
Yeah,
we were coming out of a tight area with low render, and then we were walking into a giant area with big render. And for whatever reason, not on repeats, not on the first time, not anything. It was just the second time
I want
we
that
went up
Switch.
this certain set of stairs.
I mean, for Steam.
It dropped to me.
Fucking.
Yeah, but it stayed
very
60 the whole time, and obviously we are on a pro, but if you are on a pro, enjoy it because it apparently runs great. So no complaints here with the performance. I just want to throw that in before we move on.
Good shot.
Yeah.
For gameplay. Now moving on to, let's talk about the plot next.
Okay.
So for me, I feel like this plot is a good closure of the Raccoon City story. However, it will remain to be seen if it's actually a closing. Because, like these RE Engine games have always had, there is a post-credit scene that kind of leads into some other things. Whether or not Raccoon City and Umbrella and all these things that they've been building up the hype for, this is the final chapter, this is the Requiem for those who died. Whether that is going to stick the landing, it remains to be seen, but feels like a good setup. It also feels like while one chapter closes, like I said, another chapter opens, and I'm excited to see where they're going to go. I'm not going to hint at anything, but the story does have some pacing issues. This is also a gameplay thing as well, but it's mostly in the plot because some of Leon's sections are very short, and then you do a lot more in them, but they go by faster because Leon is
he just gets through shit faster,
destroying shit.
Yeah.
And then Grace is really slow, and you're underpowered, and it feels like the Grace sections are so much longer than the Leon sections because Leon is just, not all of them, but most of them. Leon is just flipping and dipping, right? So he's our veteran. And in some ways, I feel like it's poetic. I feel like, Leon wouldn't be jumping at a bucket, right? Like, he's going to be a man on a mission because he is. So I don't necessarily mind it, but it does leave a little bit of a weird taste in your mouth when you are reflecting upon the game and you're like, wow, that went by quicker than it tells me it did. We spent 12 hours total time playing the game. Well, we spent way more than that, 17. But I think the game timer is not counting cutscenes, deaths, and I don't think it's counting pause time. So while the whole playthrough was 17 hours on recording, we got ticketed for like 12 and a half or something like that. And
we really took our time.
We did take our time.
You guys
and we went out of our way to kill everything, mostly.
Yeah,
we mostly tried to kill everything.
We wanted to see every nook and cranny, especially when you get to Raccoon City. But we just wanted to really take it all in, and I think we did. But yeah, I think some of the pacing stuff, I will second that. I think like some sections just bounced off of each other a little awkwardly because of that pace.
They use time skipping.
That too. You're going back and it's showing you Leon's perspective at this time and then Grace's time.
Yeah.
And then it intersects. And then you're at the same point in the same time.
Yeah, and they did a good job too of cutting the fat where it's like.
Did.
So Leon something will happen. Let's just say, this is an example. This might happen in the game, but I don't think it does. Leon is looking for Grace, finds where Grace is, and then you'll switch to Grace's perspective. And then Leon's travel to Grace will be entirely skipped.
Yes.
And you'll play as Grace, so it's like you're getting different perspectives, but you're also sometimes getting them at the same time, and sometimes getting them where it's like
a little time gap.
A little time gap between them, like where Leon is leaving off and you're taking control of Grace, or vice versa. It's literally happening linear.
But they move it along.
They move it along.
It doesn't feel like a slog. It feels like they at least kind of kept it moving. I just think some of the sections could have been maybe inserted in a different order, I guess, if that makes sense. I don't want to get into certain specifics, but you get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like some ping-ponged off of each other a little bit better.
I will say this. This is the first Resident Evil game since RE4 that there is not a section I dread replay.
I can't say anything felt like I didn't want to come back here and do it again. It just felt like refreshing.
RE2 Remake Sewers.
Oh, yeah.
Every time I get there. Now I'm really good at the game, so it doesn't bother me. But
yeah, there's some sections in RE games past that feel like a chore. That is for damn sure. That unless I go back and play it a few more times and I feel a certain way about a certain section, like it seems like everything that I explored this first playthrough, I want to go back and see it again and see that difference between Grace and Leon again, and the areas they explore.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
But yeah, as far as like plot for me, I mean, I just want to say, I think what you said is pretty spot on. Like this is a pretty nice full circle bookend to this era of Raccoon City. If they decide to, go back and change stuff again, or they do something different in the sequels. But I think that they really did a good job at tying the stuff in. This is very lore heavy as well, and the attention to detail has been pretty good so far from what we saw with the files we picked up and the stuff we were reading. So I think they did the best they could have done with bringing back some of these, again, some of these like different dynamics again, all in one game, because you're really doing, because it really does lean high in action, like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's something not to be mistaken, is that you really are getting just every little chunk of Resident Evil that you've gotten in the past in a blender, but it's not over bloated, overstaying its welcome, and feels like a slog. Moving the story along, it really does feel like it. There's just certain things, that I feel like when we play it a couple more times, we'll be able to kind of articulate it better. But just some stuff that, like, they could have tweaked here and there that might have made it seem a little less confusing, because we were asking a lot of questions. But we're not going to get too into that here. I don't want to get too into the weeds.
Yeah.
We can move along from that, but I feel like the plot was pretty solid and it moved things along pretty easily.
I think the pacing issues of this game could have been fixed if they just spent a little bit more time explaining things that we don't really get answers to.
Which Ari does a lot sometimes.
Which Resident Evil is known for and does a lot, which is why it's the last possible thing on my list for plot.
Right.
Like, it's just one of those things where it leaves you wanting a little bit more in the story department as far as the finer details.
Some things towards the end felt a little rushed.
Yeah.
A little rushed. And that's that, like, as far as like that's what I'm saying, moving the plot along, it was moving fine. And then there's certain stuff where you're just like, they could have spent a little bit longer with that.
There is a character in this game that does the dreaded Ari thing of basically being in the story. I don't want to say for no reason, but there is a character in this game that is clearly the worst character in the game. Mm-hmm. Conceptually, maybe not, but the execution-wise,
when you pull back and look at
when you pull back and look at everything that you were presented with, there is a character that's just like, they did that, really? That's really cool. But then you get to a part of the game and you're like, really?
Yeah.
That's so underwhelming. So that'll be more to look forward to for our spoiler talks.
That will be in more details.
We'll go in way more detail there. By no means am I saying I was disappointed with the game at all.
No.
It's more of a, man, that would have been such a cool opportunity that they just kind of, didn't explore to its fullest, pending DLC. Because there's always a chance DLC will do something like that, like RE4 Remake with separate weights.
Absolutely.
So that's really all I have to say about plot, where we can't talk about spoilers.
Yeah.
We'll move to characters next. All I have to say about this is the acting was fantastic.
Fantastic.
This is... We said RE4 Remake was the best one. This might even be better. The characters are great. Grace and Leon are great. Emily's great. Victor is really cool. He's a great villain.
I really did enjoy him.
He reminds me, he has an edge. He's not a full-on, like, Inspire character probably from this, but he has just enough of Heath Ledger's portrayal of Joker. I see it in him, and like obviously there's parallels with Buffalo Bill and other things like that.
Right.
But he's such a unique villain. I really like that he kind of was a villain that they've never had before.
Yeah, and he just felt like he didn't really feel forgettable at all. He had a really cool presence.
Very memorable.
I think that and the way that they tied in with the story, it just didn't feel like why are you here? This makes no sense. It just made sense, and I think Grace and Leon's chemistry as they got to kind of know why each other were there, and I feel like that improved as the game went on. Because at first I was just like, man, they don't know each other. How are they really gonna interact, Grace and Leon? Because we only saw it from the preview on the breakdown and the gameplay stuff. But as it went on, you really cared more about Grace. You obviously knew about Alyssa going into this game, but they really made you feel for her. The actress was fantastic.
Yeah.
Leon, obviously played by Nick Apostolides, fantastic job. And I'm not sure who did Victor's voice, but again, fantastic job. Just everybody, even little side characters, just they brought their all. So I really enjoyed all that stuff. The motion capture was fantastic. The again, visually it's fantastic. It's so good to see a new character that is just. It just feels like you can get into this new character. And then Leon does not take away the spotlight from Grace. It is a really good balance. You care about why each character is there. And it really makes you feel for these characters as they're going through this. It's a dark story. It's a dark and really messed up story.
I will say that...
And I say messed up as in it's just like, it's kind of twisted. You kind of find a lot of stuff out that you're like, fuck, this is a dark game.
Yeah. I will add to that, and my final points for this is just like, I did feel like they put a lot more effort into Leon's ailment and the story about Leon dealing with his struggles of coming to terms with his own mortality, his own, personal vendetta against losing people and the viruses.
You really
and
feel like years weighing on his shoulders.
You really feel like it's a grizzled veteran who is just sick of it. And with Grace, I feel like her story, in some ways, feels like it did kind of take the back burner.
You think I got sidelined a little bit towards? I feel like if anything, maybe towards the halfway point.
Towards the halfway point,
it got a little sidelined.
Where I just feel like they needed a little bit more. And I'll tell you what, my last point here for story would have solved it, and that is, I feel like spoiler characters I can't talk about, and Victor Gideon just needed more screen time, and this would have solved a lot of it. You'll understand what I mean when you play the game, but it's just one of those things where the RE engine in particular, the remake engine, which is not, it's Reach for the Moon, but RE engine, remake, it almost feels like that's what it's for, has this problem. All of the games to a degree suffer. RE2, RE3, RE4 remake, they all suffer from screen time. RE Village even, and 7 even, struggle from screen time. Biggest characters for me, just to call each one of them out: Resident Evil 7 struggles with Zoe. Resident Evil Village struggles with Miranda. Resident Evil 2 Remake struggles with Birkin. Resident Evil 3 Remake struggles mostly with Nemesis. There's not enough screen time with the different forms and stuff, and even though he's always on you, you kind of really struggle with that. And Jill, to a certain extent, being able to go through different places, but Nemesis is the standout there for me. Now, RE3 and RE4 are the ones that struggle the least with this, but RE4 struggles with Sadler. Sadler really needed a little bit more screen time to be perfect. He's not bad, he's not perfect. And then this game struggles with Victor and spoiler character that I can't talk about. So I wish there was a little bit more screen time, and I think this would have fixed it a lot if they just gave them more screen time.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that's bad, especially because I expected to see some of them a little bit more, the villain rather, just more on the back end. Like the halfway point, there's a certain things that I feel like they just forgot about or forgot to show for longer periods of time. Like that's, like you said, that screen time for Victor Gideon, just kind of like at the halfway point, it's just like, why does it fizzle away?
And the other issue is the files and the pacing, like we talked about earlier. With the plot is just, I feel like they needed to explain more, and that's my takeaway. The plot is great, everything that's presented is great. I do enjoy everything about it. It's very, very engaging, very interesting.
Even the files were very well done.
The files were really well done. We just needed more.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more. Now, granted, we missed 6 files. I don't think 6 would answer all my questions.
Sure.
But we could have missed some things that I really wanted to see, like Victor's diary.
Something like that.
We didn't pick anything up really like that. We had his journal, like his notes or whatever, but we didn't pick up anything that really went into his history or where he got his start or anything like that. Yeah, so that's all I got for really plot and characters and gameplay. Let me ask you this, Anthony. Let's move on to soundtrack and sound design.
Soundtrack and sound design is just fan-fucking-tastic, to say the least. We play with headphones on. I love the dynamic between Grace and Leon and the songs that would play in their sections. And Leon definitely had the more amped up, industrial, dark, bassy, kind of vibe with his music. And again, it fits that dark aesthetic that you really feel when you're playing as Leon. And Grace, again, same thing, like just really good.
The more haunting melodies.
Yeah. The save room theme's awesome. The shop theme's awesome. I think there's like a few different things that I feel like there could have been more, I guess, like, not like that there was like some ambient sounds and tracks, but like I didn't really find that much wrong with the soundtrack. I think the sound, if anything, the sound design is just superb. I mean, the fact that you can hear the cries of the zombies, the moans of the zombies, the different enemies spawning, the dialogue, like all that was just very well done. They always, the soundtrack is definitely better than I feel than 7 and 8. So we're talking mainline. This one takes the cake.
Better than
for
6 and 5 as well.
Yeah, I mean there was a lot of. I do like some tracks in 5. And
Every
6,
soundtrack has good songs for sure.
I think this has been the best soundtrack in such a long time for mainline RE.
Yeah, this soundtrack actually gives RE4 a run for its money. I really like RE4's soundtrack, but this one might actually be better.
There's definitely a lot of tracks where I'm like, man, I got to go back and listen to the soundtrack and just find those songs because I really do enjoy what I heard from our first playthrough. So I'm sure
it also has a lyrical song in it
at the end credits.
At the end credits, that I think is the best lyrical song they've done
in the RE Engine.
In the RE Engine.
Okay.
Well, I don't. Have they done one before RE Engine?
Probably not. No, that's a good point. It's probably just been because they did the RE. The RE7 onward, everyone had like some lyrical song, whether it was Talent Roadie or what was the RE2 remake one? It was
called oh man,
it was the one that played with
gone.
Yeah,
it's all gone, blown away or whatever.
Yeah. It plays in the Jeep when
I
he's driving.
hate that song. It's bad. It's bad. I'm sorry.
There's better soundtracks that have obviously that we've got in the past for RE, so that's why we had such a high standard for some of the soundtrack stuff. But this really met expectations.
All the pain and the glory, gone.
Yeah,
voice rips your ears.
I really enjoyed the soundtrack and the sound design, so no complaints there.
It's a phenomenal soundtrack. Can't wait for the soundtrack to go on disc. On the Capcom, on the Resident Evil YouTube page, they uploaded the short version that I believe is from the credits, and they show a cover art for an album. Definitely gonna be buying that.
Yeah, or the Laced Records. Shout out to Laced Records. If you guys put it on vinyl, definitely be getting that. So I guess we'll just go with overall, wrapping things up. I know we've been going for a little bit, but this.
Well, before we go to overall, let's talk about one more thing. Everybody wants to know. We can't talk about all the areas, obviously, because there's some spoilers that go there. But in general, how did you feel returning to Raccoon City? Did you feel like it was handled well?
I feel like it was handled very well. I think as far as the world around this game, you got your Chronic Care Center, and then you got Raccoon City. Raccoon City is the best part of this game. The Chronic Care Center is very well done. I did not hate going through it. I love seeing a new facility like this that's relatively close to Raccoon City, like we predicted. But Raccoon City stole the show. My favorite section of the game. I can't wait to go back there on my other playthrough, just because I just loved what I saw. I love how they did it. I love the pacing in Raccoon City, because we didn't know how much of it was going to be in Raccoon City, and I don't think I'm stepping over toes here. It really is 50-50. It's really 50 Chronic Care Center, 50 Raccoon City. If that is going too far, I'll cut it out. But I don't think that's wrong to say.
I don't think it's that bad, because RE2 remake, for example, you have Raccoon City, but it's it really is. It's Chronic Care Center and then Raccoon City. Because if you're going to go specific, right, like RE2 remake, you have the RPD.
And there's layers to each section, don't get me wrong.
You have the sewers.
Listening. Yeah.
You have the labs. Mm-hmm. That's kind of like the 3, but they're all in Raccoon City.
Yeah.
With this game, it has an end zone that's not what we would call Raccoon City, but it's in Raccoon City. And it is something that I really appreciated, which we'll talk way more about in our spoiler review.
Oh, yeah.
But I really appreciated because they actually took an idea they had planted a seed for and finished it.
They went back.
And they don't typically do that.
They don't. And that was also the thing we talked about while we were playing, or before, it was in between one of our breaks, we're playing this game for the first time. We're like, man, we're happy they're doing the X, Y, and Z, because sometimes they don't do that. But yeah, I think the Chronic Care Center and RC, I love both of them, man. I love what they built around this game, and I can't wait to go back.
Let's bring it on home, Anthony. What are your overall thoughts? Or if you feel like you've already explained all of them, what is your verdict on the game?
I think Resident Evil 9 Requiem was well worth the wait. I think Capcom did a fantastic job with this game. They've been hitting it out of the park with all these Resident Evil games, especially the remakes, and and just in general. And I think that as a longtime fan, like we both are, I feel like this was a great. It really did feel like returning home in many ways, and the callbacks were fantastic. The connections were fantastic to the original games and the remakes, of course. And I think the dynamic between action and horror was fantastic. I didn't think this felt like too actiony of a Resident Evil like I did with RE6, where it was too much going on. There is ridiculous action moments that you just giggle, and you're going to see me and John crack up at some of these moments, but in a good way, in a good Resident Evil balanced way.
It feels like it was sometimes the game feels like the greatest hits, like Resident Evil 6.
Yes.
But if it was done well.
Yeah.
Like if it was done correctly.
Wasn't too big for its own good, right? This felt like it moved the plot along. I love the characters. I love the enemies. I love the gameplay elements. Overall verdict, I usually don't do number ratings, but
I'm going to give a letter and a number.
Okay, I'm going to stand firm on this. 9 out of 10.
Okay.
It was fantastic. Okay. Fantastic.
So for me, well worth the wait. I'm going to parrot everything you just said without wasting time and just go right into it. I still have a couple questions. I still have a little bit to be desired. I want to see if the DLC comes out, but as the game stands right now, on a first playthrough, initial impression / review, spoiler free, I am going to give this game a B.
A B?
A B.
Okay.
So, I would say if I had to put a number on it, it would be an 8.5 out of 10.
Okay.
So, that's rounding to the nearest 5.
Right.
And only rounding down, you never round up.
Right.
So, I would say 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
If it was an overall score, I give it like an 88. 89.
Okay.
I don't think it's quite there enough to be a 90, but that has nothing to do with the product that we get. It just has everything to do with some strange gameplay design choices, such as the upgrading system and some of the narrative things I feel like could have been fleshed out a little bit better. But I am a harsh reviewer. I want people to know I am a very harsh reviewer.
We both take the RE stuff very seriously, so we are we're going to be like very, we're going to tell it like it is, and we're going to be very thorough and strict with how we kind of present our reviews.
And to provide context before someone goes, oh my God, John, 8.5, blah, 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 blah. A 5 is an average game to me. I don't curve it to 7 like IGN and
all these other press people.
5 is average. If I've played a game and I enjoyed it, but I don't feel like I'll ever go back to it, it's a 5. So 8.5 for me is really good.
Yeah.
RE4 original is a 100. That literally nothing about that game is RE2 original is like 100, right? RE4 original is a 100. That literally nothing about that game is RE2 original is like 100, right? You want to be cheeky and say no game's perfect. I give them both a 99.
Yeah, I think that's a good kind of like sum up of how we feel with our first playthrough. Of course, we're going to be playing a couple times on our own. We're going to be playing on a live stream. So these are all just kind of as it stands right now after our first playthrough. I just want you guys to keep that in mind.
Yeah. And that's all I have to say. So I give it a B. I don't work in pluses and minuses, just B.
Okay.
But after the DLC and everything else comes around, and assuming there's DLC, I'm pretty sure there will be. This game could very well be an A for me.
Yeah, that's kind of where, like, if I'm going to do a letter, like I did a number. But yeah, I mean, I guess if I do work in...
A 9 out of 10 would be a B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was going to say.
So we're right there.
Yeah, B to 9 out of 10, however you want to do that. But yeah, I think we'll get into more details with the podcast and all that stuff after we unpack more of our thoughts and collect more after the initial playthroughs that we do off camera.
Yeah, and I think this is also important to say right now. Obviously, opinions change. My opinion on 7 has changed over the years. My opinion on Village has only gotten worse. Just to put an example out there. But
sure.
My opinion on RE2 and the RE3 remake got a little worse as well over the years.
Sure. Yeah.
However,
things can change. Opinions can change. Yeah.
Right now, this is my 8th favorite Resident Evil game.
Okay. Yeah.
So whether that's going to go up or down is largely going to depend on the DLC.
Well, that's the biggest thing too. Is like I don't know where I put this in my list.
It's a lot to work out, but I have my list. So I've been figuring it out for my tier list.
Yes, and you've been talking about it the past couple of days.
Past couple months, the tier list as well.
Now
so
the thing is like for me, like I said, I think this is just like
definitively, I think this is better than my ninth.
Yeah, I mean this again being a 9 out of 10 for me, like
which I won't spoil.
It's just a very, it's so good, guys, and I just really like this a lot more coming off of it from 7 and 8, and even my stuff from 7 and 8 has changed, right? Like I like 7 over 8 now, but like this is my favorite out of 7, 8, and 9 in a row. I would put 9, then 7, then 8 in that order.
Is this your favorite Resident Evil since Resident Evil 5?
In the main line? Yes.
Yeah, not including remakes.
Not including remakes or spin-offs. Yes. I would say since RE5.
4.
Okay. Yeah. So that just gives you guys out there and everyone listening kind of where when we're talking mainline, that's why I hold it in such high regard, because that's it, man. I do really enjoy this game, and again, like I said, there is those little bits that I'm like, okay, they could have did that better, but that's why it's not a 10 out of 10 for me. But that's
which, by the way,
where I'm sitting at.
It being my favorite game since 4, I just want to put it in perspective so people realize that was 20 years ago.
It's a long time.
It's been 20 fucking years since this game is better than every game in the last 20 years for me. Except for remakes. There's a couple of remakes I put above this, but
that just gives you guys and gals an idea of kind of where we sit, right?
And I'm not going to spoil my list, so
Stay tuned.
The answer's no. Stay tuned.
The answer's no. But this
we're doing tier list videos this year, so we will.
Yes,
we
we are.
Get those answers.
This journey has been fantastic, and even though this week has, have peaks and valleys of how we've approached this weekend, we just want to say thank you for all the love and support. We got plenty of more RE9 content. It doesn't end just because the game is out now. We got a lot of stuff to write up, a lot of stuff to go back and connect and do a bunch of cool videos and lore videos for you guys. And again, the podcast review. So stay tuned. Smash that like button. Subscribe. Check out the brand new Resident Evil Requiem shirts designed by Quentin Bauer.
Linked in the description.
Linked in the description. And we love you guys, and we'll catch you all in some more videos in the next one.
Peace out and enjoy the game.
Enjoy.
Resident Evil 9 is about to drop. I am really excited about this game. This is one of my favorite video game series of all time. And it looks great. I think they did a really good job. This game runs good. Even on the Switch 2, which I was kind of surprised to see. So I'm really looking forward to playing this game, and it looks like I'm not the only one. It actually looks like the game is physically selling out everywhere. Now you'll be able to get it digital if that's what you want to do, but physical copies appear to be sold out. I've seen 2 people posting about it. It appears that GameStop's no longer taking pre-orders for it. Amazon, if you go to try and buy it, it says that you might get it sometime in March. There's going to be a delay. So I don't know if they just didn't make enough copies or what, but this is the first time I've seen this in a long time. It's sold out. But if you want digital, you'll be able to get it. But kind of crazy to see. And I hate to use Game Critics scores, right? Because we're going to get into Game Critics. They all seem to like it. I haven't looked at any of their reviews. I've mostly been watching YouTubers that I like that have reviewed it, which is what I would suggest everybody do, because there you will actually get somewhat of a real take on it. But yeah, the reviews are all great for it, from games media to gamers themselves on YouTube. So I was happy to see that. So it's selling out everywhere, doing good. Now here's this other post. Entirely sold out online in the U.S. for physical copies. This is coming from IGN, and they're claiming you can't get it. So $69 at Walmart, but the catch is, I bet if you go and try to buy it, it'll say that you'll get it in a few days or sometime in March. They're claiming that they still have it at Walmart. I don't know. Walmart's not the best with pre-orders in my opinion, but you know, try your shot, shoot your shot, as they say. The game is going to sell. It's going to be big, and I think that that's great. I hope it is a great game. I'm excited to play it, and we will see where it goes. Kotaku, though, it can't really make up their mind if they like this game or not. Resident Evil Requiem, the Kotaku review. They are like one of the only outlets that kind of trash it. But what I really find funny is outside of the gameplay, they're gooning all over the place. Check this out. I want to show you this. This is what's funny. So this is from their review, right? Disliked lopsided split between its protagonists. The introspective nasal gazing doesn't really pay off. So I assume they're talking about Grace. Oh, so there's a sexy scene with Grace in there? Huh, that's interesting, because they've got no problem gushing over Leon. Now, game journalists, they're not the only one. The Gamer and a bunch of other sites have been doing this. They're all goony over Leon. And I think that that's fine. The problem is, it's hypocritical, because they don't think it's fine if you are gooning over a girl. A lot of people are calling censorship on this game. I haven't seen that. It mostly just seems like you are gooning over a girl. And I think that that's fine. The game journalists, they're not... the only one. The Gamer and a bunch of other sites have been doing this. They're all gooning over Leon. And I think that that's fine. The problem is, it's hypocritical, because they don't think it's fine if you are gooning over a girl. A lot of people are calling censorship on this game. I haven't seen that. It mostly just seems like video game outlets thirsting for Leon, but then also they'll bitch if a woman is sexy. Remember how they melted down over Stellar Blade? How they melted down over Soul Calibur, as it says here, and this is an older article. At E3, Soul Calibur's objectified women felt like a relic of the past. Street Fighter V's ridiculous breast physics are still in the game. You know, boobs do bounce. It almost reminds me of 40-Year-Old Virgin. Remember when he's sitting at the table and he's like, yeah, you know, when you touch a woman's boob and it feels like a bag of sand. Do these people think that breasts don't move? I don't really understand like what they think boobs are. And some of this is by women, actual women that write these. And you know, it's like, do you not understand? Like, what do you want? Like, why are you so mad about boobs moving? It's such a weird thing to get upset about, but they are mad about this shit. And after years of attacking men for objectifying women, they objectify Leon. Call him a hot uncle. Because he's like 50 in this game. I think he's like 50 something. I mean, takes place in real time. It's like 30 years after, I think, the last time we saw Leon.
What's he saying?
So, like I said, I'm excited, but Kotaku Leon Kennedy article sparks backlash. In the piece, Shepard did not mince words about his reaction to Leon's updated look, writing, oh, it's a gay guy. Okay. So a gay guy getting excited about a dude. You know, this is the thing. IGN has been going crazy about God of War's, the God of War remake and the sex scenes. They're like, we can't have those. But then they get excited about having sex with a bear in Baldur's Gate. It seems like if it's normal man and woman, they hate it. But if it's like from a gay or a lesbian perspective, it's great. That's okay. The only time they ever praise any kind of female objectification is if it's through an OnlyFans account. Then it's actually empowering and feminist. But if it's a sexy character in a video game, oh God, no. I've played through Resident Evil Requiem twice now. And when you're playing through a game a second time with a little distance between playthroughs, You gotta take in the little moments to keep yourself from getting bored by something you just saw. For me, this meant having Leon Kennedy on low health so I could hear all the pain, grunting sounds he makes as he struggles to make his way through the environment for reasons.
What a story, Mark.
But yeah, a lot of people are pointing out these double standards. You don't hate journalists enough. This is from The Gamer. Resident Evil 4 no longer sexualizing its women is a good thing. Also from The Gamer. Leon has definitely still got it, as Resident Evil Requiem fans are already going feral over his biceps.
Man, you are one pathetic loser.
Look at some of this, by the way. Imagine if this review was about a female character. So, this is from the same article that they did. Leon Scott Kennedy, I'm on PrEP, PrEP. After playing through Requiem twice, I can confidently say that those women at Capcom succeeded. Are God's strongest soldiers and allies to the gay community. Leon has been one of my formative video game crushes since 2005 when I was drawn to his fine as hell character design in Resident Evil 4, long before I knew I was gay. My God, Requiem manages to effortlessly capture his sensual aura and swagger in every motion. His reload animations, sexy. His violent kills that should make me recoil in disgust and swoon. His stupid dad joke quips at every horrifying thing, probably something. It's a joke, man. These people are hypocrites. I like that they're getting exposed, and they need to keep getting exposed. I really don't know how Kotaku is still running. It got sold or something recently. They laid a shitload of people off, but they are still there. How are they surviving? That's the real question. What is going on? And they just rain in on everybody's parade, man. Oh, now we gotta see all this and all the reviews, and they're not the only one. It's about all these mainstream reviews, especially if they're written by a gay person or a woman, they all gush over Leon. But like I said, imagine
I know it's kind of tilted sideways
if they were gushing over Stellar.
Still, you're going up a building.
Because I remember the meltdowns over that game.
Yeah, he went
They
up
tried
the building,
to kill that game
just straight up
because they gave her a great ass. Wild. But at least this is it. I thought there would be a little bit more hate from these people. They would find some reason. Maybe Grace shows a little too much knee in a scene or something, but they seem to be leaving that alone other than mad that you see her belly button or some shit. I don't know. This is just strange people. And they've honestly done tremendous damage to the video game industry. Resident Evil 9 is going to sell out, but not a lot of games do. There's been so many flops. We're in the Concordian timeline right now with all these game flops.
It's okay
And, you know, AAA gaming is in a really bad spot. And for years, and still till today, these video game developers have done nothing but listen to these journalists. They've put their interests first over yours. They've literally tried to make what they want happen over yours, and they're paying for it. They underestimated the influence of these people, and it's been biting them in the ass, especially in Western gaming. Now, Japanese gaming almost went there, and I feel like they're pulling back. So we'll see. This is Japanese game right here, and they're gushing over it, but Capcom's been hit or miss. Even still in this game, they did some things. I mean, I have to point out that they went out of their way to try. They had a bunch of women do the best so that they could make Leon appealing to women. But God forbid if they had said they had a bunch of men trying to make the women as appealing to men. All these outlets would be trying to cancel this game. So, anyway, I hope if you're getting it, I hope you enjoy it. I hope it's good. That's at the bottom line. That's what I want. I will really just love a great Resident Evil game, and it looks like we're going to get one. So at the end of the day, man, I'm excited to jump back into Raccoon City. How about you? Let me know in the comments. Also, if you would please like, subscribe, share the video, hit that notification bell, and we'll see you on the next one. Peace.
The year is 1945. World War II rages from the halls of Buckingham Palace.
to the shores of the Nile River. Even now, the clash between freedom and tyranny is about to boil over. Somewhere in North Africa, 2 American flyboys are soaring high on a reconnaissance mission, searching for clues to a peculiar new obsession with the occult gripping the Nazi high command.
City hospitality.
What's up, guys? I hope y'all are having a great day today, just full of so much positivity and happiness, dude, because I am in rare form today. I am actually going to be producing a positive YouTube video for once. Everyone loves to give me shit that I only talk negatively about video games, and while yes, it is very easy to be negative on the current state of the modern video game industry, I think it's important to highlight when you actually do, in fact, like something. So, yeah, we are going to be talking about, surprise, surprise, Resident Evil 9, which personally going in, I was not really expecting to like whatsoever. In complete honesty, I didn't really think this would be for me, and I would hate every single minute of it. It turns out I only hate about 40% of it and really enjoy the other 60%, but we will get into that later. I do also have some other good news. YouTube live streaming has been restored on my channel. I never actually found out from the internal team at YouTube what actually happened or what caused it to be disabled in the first place, but I will take it, man. A win is a win. So regular live streaming should be coming back to the channel, and as well as that, I'm going to link my Kick account in the comment section as well as in the description of this video. Make sure to go follow me there. I think it's important to have a backup in case something catastrophic happens again and YouTube decides to nuke my ability to stream just for the hell of it. So go follow me on there, and you know, look forward to normal streams being back on YouTube. We're probably going to finish Resident Evil 9 tonight, so make sure to tune into that if you are interested. But moving on to the more important topic, Resident Evil 9, a game that if you would have asked me just 2 days ago if I was looking forward to, if I had any interest in playing, or if I would even like the game whatsoever, the answer would have been a resounding no on all fronts, because the Resident Evil franchise and I, and survival horror in general, do not really have a great relationship. I am not a fan of clunky, overly cumbersome, just restrictive gameplay. On top of that, I hate inventory management, I hate backtracking, I hate having to find arbitrary items in order to access other arbitrary items that are used in order to progress through the campaign. You know, it's just a lot of the survival horror tropes I'm not a big fan of, bullet sponge enemies being another one. So to me, I'm not really the biggest fan, you could say, of not only the genre, but also the Resident Evil franchise. But I'm very happy to report that after playing Resident Evil 9 on stream for about 8.5 hours last night, I liked the game for the most part, and we will get into that. About 30 to 40% of the game, not a fan of whatsoever, which just so happens to be the Grace campaign, or at least portion of the campaign. But I do really like about 60% of it, which is the time that you play as Leon. And I think that's actually something very important to know, because
Yeah, they're trying to make it look like Tom Cruise. Yeah, so which is fine, but well, it's kind of like I dread it. I honestly do dread it. Yeah. Especially after the boss fight. They need to, because she's only in 0. That's it. Leon is in at least, what, 4 fucking games now? 2, 4, well, you count the other ones out. Oh, okay, let me fix this issue. So let's go to gameplay. That's not what I goddamn said, fam! Quit doing shit I don't want you to do! God damn! He's still walking around. Shit like that just pisses me off when I gotta do it the last minute.
Again, as someone who does not like this genre, me saying that I don't like that portion of the game probably means if you're a fan of survival horror, you're gonna really like it. So take that as a glowing endorsement if you disagree with my stance on the survival horror genre. So the way that this game is split up is the first 3 to 4 hours of it have you playing as Grace. And when you're playing as Grace, it is that traditional survival horror gameplay experience. Ammo is extremely limited, enemies take a lot of shots to kill, you have a very small and limited inventory. If you're playing on a particular mode, you have a limited number of saves. It is the traditional Resident Evil experience that you would expect in the first, second, and third game primarily. And if you're a survival horror fanatic, take it from someone who hates everything that you love, that you will get plenty of that, trust me. Because I had to literally force myself to finish that section of the game. It was genuinely miserable for me, and I don't think I'd ever want to do it again without infinite ammo and infinite health. So yeah, take that as you will. But anyway, again, if you like that, you're gonna love it because it's very slow paced. You're constantly trekking around the inside of a very large mansion-like building in order to find hidden items, open doors, unlock secret passages, dodge unkillable enemies. Again, this is your classic Resident Evil experience, and I won't say that I, necessarily completely hated it entirely. I mean, from a story standpoint, I think it was actually pretty well done. Grace's story and backstory as it's uncovered is very interesting. I'm not going to get into any story-specific spoilers here, even though the game's already been leaked on the internet for about 2 weeks now, and most people are probably already done with the game if they stayed up till midnight playing it, but I'm not going to spoil it here. But I do think Grace does have a pretty interesting story. I don't think it's anything revolutionary. I don't know too much about Resident Evil from a story standpoint, and even I found the plot incredibly predictable, so it's not anything groundbreaking or something that's going to blow anything that's really going to leave you shocked when it comes down to the final plot twist. It's pretty predictable from start to finish. The writing is basically on the wall from the very first scene in the game, and I don't really think you're going to be walking away having your mind blown in that aspect, but Grace is definitely the main plot point as far as, you know, the progression of the story goes. Leon is kind of just along for the ride. Grace is the focus. She is the story here, and for better or for worse, depending on what you were looking for, that is what you're going to get. So during the Grace sections of the game, that is where the heavy storytelling is really laid on, and again, for better or for worse, and because of the pacing of those gameplay sections, it really does feel like it just starts to drone on and on and on and on and on, and when things happen, you're just like, bro, come on, can this shit just be over already? Like, I know what's gonna happen. I don't need an extra 3 steps in between just in order to get to a point I already know is going to occur. Now, there are some surprises here and there, a lot of callbacks to previous entries in the series, which I thought was cool, and again, I'm not going to spoil that type of stuff, because if you want to go play it for yourself, I'm not going to be the guy who's going to be a dick and ruins that for you, so just take it from someone who really does not have much background on the Resident Evil franchise. There is actually a lot of callbacks that even I recognized when it came to this particular game, which I thought was actually pretty cool. Now, during the Grace section of the game, there are your traditional kind of more gimmicky boss fights versus outright boss fights that you have while you're playing as Leon. You're much more engaged with the environment than the actual enemy itself, and you're constantly having to dodge these unkillable enemies while completing certain objectives or carrying certain items through the environment, or even people in some cases, without getting too specific, but you definitely feel that more sense of dread and helplessness as playing as Grace, which personally I fucking hate. I can't stand that feeling in video games, but again, if you like the genre, music to your ears probably. So the overall Grace campaign, for me, definitely a low point. It might be a high point for you, but overall, I do like what they did for what they did, if that makes sense. I can appreciate it even though I didn't enjoy it. Now, let's go ahead and talk about the part of the game that I actually really like, and that is when you play as Leon. Now, this is basically, I don't really want to describe it as Resident Evil 6, because I know a lot of people have a very negative connotation when it comes to that game, but it feels like Resident Evil 6 if it didn't suck, alright? Does that make sense? Very, very action-centric, over-the-top, you know, set-piece action moments, some shit straight out of Advent Children at times, which, for me, a Final Fantasy VII fan, to say the least, was absolutely fucking awesome. I really enjoyed it, man. It felt like an old-school Xbox 360 third-person action shooter campaign in all the best ways imaginable, with updated controls. I didn't ever feel like I had to inventory manage the entire time playing it too. You have a great upgrade system. You have a cool store mechanic that rewards you for killing enemies and picking up certain items scattered across the environment, so you actually feel like it's worthwhile to explore and pick shit up, which was kind of missing in the Grace campaign outside of the kind of more basic and primitive crafting mechanic that was there that I kind of forgot to mention. But Leon also has that same crafting mechanic. You can make healing items, different types of ammo, explosives, etc. You get the point. If you play Resident Evil, you're familiar with crafting. But the thing I love about the Leon campaign, again, I didn't open my inventory.
Because the shit is later.
This shit is long as fuck. I going all over the fucking world just to find one thing.
They always gotta get old too. It's gotta be too old for this shit. Look, I know I'm an action hero, but damn. 3 parts of it, it can't just be a simple T4. No, it has to be 3 parts because there's gotta be some Sokoji boy shit. Why don't you do it and see how it feels? But you do it. You go all over and find these zombies out and these from this thing. Oh wait, you going like this. the hate with these motherfuckers. I'm not gonna play this. I'm just not. Cause I'm gonna check out my extra bonus content. I mean, I know I have to. I know I have to. Let's check out some concept art. Oh, we gotta spend points. I don't want that. I want to spend points. God. Very weird. Oh yeah, that's the cop. The fucking KBS, man. Janitorial. That's how about you right there. That's fucking The whole hospital is infected. Zombie singles. The bitch without hair, a little fuzzy. Sorry. They just called him Chunk. They just straight up called him Chunk, man. Why is that body still walking around? I mean, look, I understand the city not being nuclear shit, but what the fuck is it doing around? I just don't, because like I like the original zombie. It's like a zombie, man. Don't make it like a spin-off of a zombie that some stupid. Don't do that.
once because I ran out of space. I didn't open my inventory once because I'm like, what do I want to pick up and what do I want to drop? I loved the Leon campaign, man. This shit was so fun. Ammo was abundant. You were encouraged to swap weapons. It's fast paced. It's fun. The boss fights are super engaging. It's just literally straight up action from start to finish. Now, there are some negatives here. I don't just want to completely glaze it because there are some negative attributes to the campaign that I did notice. Like the grace portion of the campaign, things that really shouldn't take as long as they do end up lasting and lingering around a lot longer than they really should. And I think this is best demonstrated during one of the chapters where you are playing as Leon, where you have to put together a detonator chip. And there are 3 detonator chips scattered across the city. You have to go track down each individual piece, put them back together, and blow up a very small gate, which sounds like something that should be a footnote of a chapter rather than the main objective, especially with the events that take place immediately after. You're like, why the fuck did he even need to blow this thing up, dude? Couldn't he have just gone around? Like, again, it's one of those things where it's like, why am I doing this for this long? And I feel like there's a lot of instances in the Leon campaign where it's like, couldn't I be doing something a little bit more interesting right now for the next hour or two versus going and finding a detonator chip to blow up a gate? Like, is that really all that Leon's gonna be doing? Like, it feels like there's some pacing issues with the Leon side of the campaign too, which is a recurring trend throughout the entire game, which I think is absolutely fucking batshit insane that people who were reviewing this game said that 8 to 10 hours was not long enough. Like, motherfuckers were literally complaining that it took them only 12 hours to finish this game. I'm in the mindset where I think this game goes on for a little bit too long at times. I think if it was a little bit more short and concise, it would have benefited the overall experience greatly, just given how repetitive certain activities really do start to feel, and how a lot of stuff feels like it's only there for the sake of padding out the runtime. And that's not to say that it really takes away from the experience altogether, because I still had fun doing those things. I just wish they didn't take as long as they did for what I was doing, if that makes sense, without going into too much detail surrounding the individual activities you're doing, because there is a lot of spoilers if I get into that. But I will say there are some absolutely awesome over-the-top set pieces and just amazing moments in the Leon campaign. There's one in particular that is not a spoiler that I will share. There's a section of the game where you're walking through these ruined buildings that have like toppled over on their sides, and there is a room where the zombies are walking on glass window panes, and you can go in and just shoot all the glass from underneath the zombies, instantly killing them. And it's just really satisfying. Like, there's small moments like that scattered throughout Resident Evil 9, especially in the Leon campaign, that are just fucking cool, man. Like throwing a red explosive canister and just watching chunks of zombies fly all over the place. The over-the-top executions, the brutal melee combat. Like, it's fun. And I really wish I didn't have that one complaint where it just felt like you were doing stuff for too long on certain activities, and I think it would have been basically perfect, man. That's how much I really enjoyed the Leon portion of the campaign. Now, the Leon side still has some pretty important story elements, but it's definitely auxiliary to the Grace section of the Grace is the star of the show. Leon is basically along for the ride. Now, you might agree or disagree that that is for the better or the worse of the overall story of this game. I tend to lean more on the side that I wish this game would have focused more on Leon personally, because again, Grace's story to me was very, very predictable. But Leon's really isn't anything to write home about either. So again, nothing revolutionary here is being done in terms of the story, but I do really, really like Leon's section of this game, and I really do want to stress that, man. This is borderline a perfect third-person action game, in my opinion, once you get past the painfully slow first 4 to 5 hours that is the Grace section of the game. And again, your mileage may vary on that particular sentiment. Now, I was playing this game on PC, and overall I thought the game performed absolutely incredibly. I was getting like 300 frames per second with DLSS turned on, and overall the game ran like a dream. I didn't have a single graphical or technical problem while running this game. I didn't even notice frame drops, artifacting, glitching, nothing. It ran beautifully, man. Capcom are wizards when they put their mind to it, which is why I think it's a shame to see what's happened with Monster Hunter Wilds, which is another game I actually really enjoyed. So, you know, when Capcom puts their mind to it, and especially with Resident Evil, man, it runs absolutely fantastically. So this is definitely a strong recommend if you're looking to get this on PC versus